including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press *#. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
That could bear on her opinions or things of that nature that are contemplated by Rule 26's requirement that an expert disclose all of the bases for their opinion.
And why can't you do that on cross-examination?
Well, Your Honor, the disclosure deadlines exist so that we can take an adequate deposition to have a full and fair opportunity to do the cross-examination. And that's why Apple has limited its objections in this case here to only that narrow issue, undisclosed expert opinions, to which we have not had a full and fair opportunity to take the discovery necessary to do a full cross.
Mr. Evans, if those documents come into evidence, why can't you just argue? Why do you even need her to identify these? And what they seem to do is just bolster her opinion.
I agree, Your Honor. They do bolster her opinion, and I think it's important because one of the critiques of her is that she did not look at any documents. She was not able to look at a document because of her.
You did not seek to have her authorized to. Well, let me just make sure the record's clear. The documents then were disclosed at an appropriate time and in advance of her opinion?
I believe most of these documents, I'm not sure about all of them. I did not scour them one by one, and there were multiple productions here that went both before and after, so I don't have a real mapping of that.
So you believe that counsel is misrepresenting the record to me?
No, Your Honor. I believe that most of these documents, that's what I was going to say, most of these documents probably were produced before. Professor Athey used to work for Microsoft years ago. Under the current PO, she was not entitled to look at any documents that are highly confidential from Apple. And all we did in her testimony now is to say, I've now looked at them because there was multiple NASP designation by both parties as part of meeting conferred towards trial. And she looked at them, and I don't see how that is much different from an expert who sits in the audience at trials many times and then goes up to the stand and says, I've now seen or heard from so-and-so, and that confirms my testimony. But I don't think there's any real surprise here. The documents are known. Her opinions, as Lana said, have not changed at all. And so I'm just not sure what the prejudice is.
Why is it that you can't just argue it?
I'm sorry, Anna, we can't just...
Why can't you as lawyers, if this is just a bolstering, and the evidence is in the record, just argue what's in the documents?
So we are arguing, obviously, these documents. Some of them have been in the opening. They are in our finding of facts, etc. But I think Dr. Athey is entitled to look at whatever is in the record, and if there is something that she finds after being critiqued for not looking at documents, she's now looking at whatever documents are becoming available to her, and if she finds documents that are relevant, I think she's entitled to say, I've now seen those documents, and she shouldn't pretend that she hasn't.
Right. With respect to Professor Miki, the objection's denied. He's using a public, he's just switching versions. It's not a good objection. Dr. Craig. Comments with respect to Dr. Craig.
Do you have a preference on who speaks first, Your Honor?
My earlier comments, I think, relate to the rest of these, which is really a procedural one, which is, if they were sitting in the audience and they brought them back on the stand, typically we would allow the testimony to come in. And that applies to Dr. Craig and Dr. Evans. So why shouldn't we just allow it in terms of the written testimony?
No, I think there's two distinctions between having an expert react to evidence sitting, on rebuttal that comes into the trial versus the situation we have here. And the first one of those is exactly what Your Honor pointed out in the first instance, which is that in the instances in which the expert is sitting in the courtroom and listening to the evidence as it comes in, that evidence is admitted into the record, and the witness is not, the expert is not sponsoring it. The witness has considered it only in this live context, and we have no dispute with that happening when these witnesses testify live on the stand.
But I did this as an accommodation to you all. I allowed the direct testimony in writing as an accommodation. So the rebuttal, by including the rebuttal within the word limitation that I gave to you, seems to me to be a benefit, because you end up having the testimony in writing in advance, and now you can deal with it. And if it would be allowed at trial, I don't understand why it's so objectionable to do it in writing, given the accommodation and given the limitation on word count.
Thank you, Anna. And just to clarify, of course, this issue only relates to a very narrow subset of the written directs that are before the court right now. We certainly have been narrow and limited in the set of objections that we have lodged, specific to the opinions that are newly disclosed since the last round of rebuttal reports, which we think for this narrow set would be more efficient and give the parties additional opportunity to test and address these on a one-by-one basis.
Are any of these paragraphs that are listed, is there any disavow? That's really the only thing that I think merits exclusion.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't catch the last part of that. Would you mind repeating?
Are there any paragraphs that you're objecting to? Is the basis for the objection disavow? Because that's really the only thing that I think it merits striking.
I don't believe so for Dr. Craig, Your Honor. I believe that's the focus of our argument for Dr. Lee.
Okay, so tell me about Dr. Lee.
For Dr. Lee, Your Honor, it's the exact circumstance you're describing, where not only are we faced with newly disclosed opinions that were not included in the initial or rebuttal reports, that both of which Dr. Lee submitted, but in fact, in his deposition, he expressly disavowed knowledge of certain subjects that have now been included in his written direct. Specifically, Your Honor, and this is all laid out in detail in our filing, ECF 534, these fall into a few different categories. The first one of which is expert testimony regarding threat modeling, which is a term of art in the industry that refers to a specific process by which threats and remediations are identified. In his deposition at lines 172.17 through 173.4, Dr. Lee specifically said, "So again, I never said I discussed threat model in my report." And later on, he testified again, "I don't recall specifically discussing how to put specifically enumerating threats." But in his written direct that has now been offered, Dr. Lee comments on Dr. Rubin's report and specifically discusses threat modeling, which is in direct contradiction to his testimony in the deposition.
What is the response?
So, Your Honor, I don't actually think that that's what Dr. Lee is doing. What Dr. Lee did was he said, "I did not see anything that has to do with security in the documents that were discussed, with any kind of tying security to distribution in the early documents."
What is threat modeling?
Threat modeling, as I understand it, is something that says, here's the exact threat that we are facing, and based on that, here is what we're going to do. And
okay, I'll tell you what. With respect to this, it sounds like I need to hear it live. So if there is an industry term of art that you are battling over, then I have to hear from the professionals to understand what it is that they're actually saying to determine whether or not there's a disavowal. Right?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Can I just one more word on that?
Sure.
I think all Dr. Lee is doing in his direct is to say, I've looked at these documents and they don't mention threat modeling. And all he said in his deposition is, I didn't deal with threat modeling because of the same issue. It's not in the documents. So I'm happy for Your Honor to listen to the expert.
Why do I need an expert to tell me that?
Because Professor Rubin, Dr. Rubin or Professor Rubin, I'm not sure, I apologize in advance, but Dr. Rubin says the first step is doing this, and once you do this, you reach the conclusion that you must have exclusive distribution. Professor Lee said, I looked at the documents of the people on the ground at the time, they don't mention threat modeling, as you say.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Any response?
Yes, Your Honor. Even commenting on the fact that Apple has not done what Dr. Lee considers to be threat modeling, he is reaching judgment about what constitutes threat modeling and how that affects the opinions that he has rendered in his report. And so we think Your Honor's approach was the right one, which is to hear the side.
Okay, then with respect to the next set, ethics objections to Dr. Rubin.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We have a couple other items that fall into sort of the same category of disavowals for Professor Lee. They're outlined in our brief. If Your Honor would prefer to consider that, but I'm also happy to address any questions the court has.
No, go ahead.
The second category for Dr. Lee, Your Honor, is reference to a particular Nokia security report, where Dr. Lee, in his deposition, testified, did you review the Nokia security report that comes out from time to time? And he testified, again, I don't recall specific reports. But then in his written direct, he now references as a specific example a Nokia threat intelligence report cited by Dr. Rubin, and that has been known to the parties for ages. And so we view this as well as another disavowal that Dr. Lee is recanting on with his written direct.
Okay, Mr. Evans.
So, Your Honor, I think Professor Lee probably cited 500 documents and Dr. Rubin cited more. He said in his deposition, he said he doesn't remember a specific report. Nobody then put the report in front of him and said, did you consider this? Do you recall this? What's your view on this? Or anything like that, even though Apple obviously had the opportunity to do this. So I don't think that by saying I'm sitting here today, I don't remember a specific document, that means that it disavows the ability to then react to that document.
Okay, any response?
Yeah, he was asked specifically about the Nokia security report and said he didn't remember specific reports. This is not a generic question about the 500 citations. This is a reference to a very specific report that was cited, and the answer that Dr. Lee gave is that he didn't recall.
Did Dr. Lee, though, do an analysis of Dr. Rubin's analysis of the Nokia report?
He has critiques of Dr. Rubin's analysis regarding the Nokia report.
So how can he do that? Sounds like a no opinion.
I don't believe that's no opinion, Your Honor. I think Professor Dr. Rubin cited something and said this shows X happened, and Dr. Lee essentially went and said, I don't think this report says what you think it says or means what you think it means. That's about it.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. 2 items more on Dr. Lee. The next one is Dr. Lee's testimony regarding his disavowal of knowledge regarding software distribution in China. In his deposition, he testified, you don't have an understanding of software distribution in China, to which his answer was, in China specifically, I don't recall. But in the written direct, Dr. Lee has now opined on iOS compared to Android platform in China, and specifically lists a number of factors that he describes as part of the Chinese software distribution market, including a much more fragmented Android ecosystem, much cheaper hardware, less sophisticated device makers, and other factors, all of which he gives about knowledge of in his deposition.
Any response?
So again, I will think this is within the fair things that an expert can hear in court and go back and think about, but Your Honor, under your standards, if that's beyond the scope, then we understand that.
Okay. All right, now can we move to ethics objections as to Rubin?
We have just one more on Dr. Lee, Your Honor, that we can cover quickly, which is very similar in concept, so I won't belabor it. But essentially, Dr. Lee disavowed that he had been asked to compare any app store with any other app store, but then provided such comparisons in his direct testimony.
He said that he had not been asked?
Yes, Your Honor. He testified, I wasn't tasked to compare App Store with any other app store.
And then he did.
And then he did. His direct testimony reflects Aptoid was the safest Android marketplace, safer than even the Google Play Store, suggesting that third parties have incentives to keep their store secure. And they even do a better job than the platform operator.
All right, a response.
So I think this has something to do with the sequence here, and obviously with the next discussion that we're going to have about Dr. Rubin and whether he can testify to the incentives of other stores. But for now, what happened here is that Dr. Rubin and our Professor Meekins filed their opening reports. One of the arguments in the report was that other stores can replicate what Apple does in the App Store in terms of app review. That was one of Dr. Lee's statements in his rebuttal. In direct testimony, Dr. Rubin came back and said, well, other stores are not going to have the incentive. And Dr. Lee, and he's seen that for the first time now, said, some stores have the incentive. I can go back and find one if that's the issue. But that was essentially a new thing that just came up.
Okay. So that leads over to the next issue.
That leads over to the next issue because we think that opinion from Dr. Rubin is probably improper.
All right, let's discuss that issue then.
On that issue, Your Honor, it's not an issue at all of beyond the scope or anything. We just think it's beyond the expertise. We have Dr. Rubin, who's a computer science person, and he's now opining in things like what stores Rubin would not do in a hypothetical world based on their business model, based on what he thinks their incentives are.
Isn't there just like one sentence or one paragraph that we're talking about?
I actually think it's a little more than that, Your Honor. I think it's a couple of paragraphs from you.
Okay.
But yeah, generally it's narrow. We're not seeking to strike half his opinion or anything.
So I guess you don't quarrel with the fact that Dr. Rubin is an expert in his industry, right?
In computer science? No, you don't quarrel with that at all. I think nobody here is quarreling. Either one is expert in computer science.
But you think that people in industry can't comment on incentives in their industry? Only economists can do that? Is that the argument?
Well, he was not offered, as I understand, as an expert in the industry. He was an expert in the technology, I believe, and that's what he does. He's not an industry person. He is a professor at a university, as I understand it.
Well, I didn't go back and look at his full report. I only looked at his written testimony. But his written testimony has a paragraph about being an expert in the industry. And again, I know that the written testimony is significantly shorter than the reports because your reports take up my entire shelf in the bookshelf, and the written testimony only takes up.
I apologize for that, Your Honor. That goes back to your nice comment about limitations of money and time.
Right.
So
that's what I haven't checked. That is the scope of his expertise that was disclosed. I just have to say, economists do what economists do, but industry people have an understanding of their industry. So I
Absolutely, Your Honor. If somebody brought an opinion from Mr. Sweeney about what the incentives of app stores are, I would say that that's probably fair game.
To game app stores because he's testified he doesn't have an understanding of others. But
that's fine, Your Honor. I actually think that we have a different view about what the store sells, but that's okay. But the point here is just that if somebody can come in and talk about stores, that's fine. If that's what they do in life, I'm not aware of anything in Dr. Rubin's background that has to do with stores or distribution of apps or anything like that. I believe he's a university professor who knows technology and security just like our experts are.
Oh, I see the distinction you're making. That's not the distinction I was understanding. Go ahead, Counsel, respond.
Well, yeah, first of all, I would make that, that is an unduly narrow characterization of Dr. Rubin's expertise. But more importantly, I think Your Honor really hit the nail on the head. Dr. Rubin has not performed any sort of economic analysis or financial modeling. His testimony regarding security in app stores is based on his knowledge in the industry of existing app stores and how they have addressed or failed to address security threats that plague those stores, which are well within his industry knowledge.
You may, but ultimately the question is whether it helps the court understand the issues. I think that's all an expert is. An expert is only here to assist the trier of fact with making decisions that perhaps the trier of fact doesn't have the breadth of knowledge of the expert. That's why we say frequently that, and I think even with respect to some of these, it goes to weight, not necessarily admissibility.
And I appreciate that, Your Honor, but I think in this case what happened here is we had an opinion from Dr. Rubin who said what Apple does is the secret sauce nobody can replicate. Dr. Lee in his rebuttal said actually people can replicate it. Here are the steps that you need to do to replicate it. And then...
And he said that in a rebuttal, Mr. Evans?
In his rebuttal report.
But then why is that? You have all known since Project Liberty began, right, what Apple's arguments are. So why didn't you have an expert opine on that topic in the first instance?
We did, Your Honor. That's anything that Your Honor already ruled about his objection to his. Dr. Meekins did it.
Why isn't that sufficient?
So I'm not saying that's not sufficient, Your Honor. I'm saying that what happens here in terms of the sequence is that Dr. Meekins opined on that in his opening. Okay. Dr. Rubin said it's the secret sauce in his opening. Dr. Rubin saw Dr. Meekins' opinion and came back in his rebuttal and essentially said, here are a couple of things that I think are unique to Apple. And by the way, there's another thing, even if people could replicate it, we don't think that they would replicate it. And that's what we think is now beyond the scope because the would part is not something that's in his expertise as to what people would think and what the opinions are. Your Honor is going to hear from fact witnesses that obviously know the market. Your Honor is going to hear from Steve Allison on our side who runs the store. Your Honor is going to hear from Mr. Schiller and others who are running stores and know what stores do and don't do. But that's just, it seems odd for a computer science professor to come in and say what are the incentives in a case that is full of people who understand stores better.
Okay, I understand.
No, Your Honor.
All right. I will go back and check in light of your arguments, and we'll try to get an order out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Okay. I think we're ready to move on to witnesses. Sir, you may be seated. So I'll remind you that you're still under oath. Good morning.
Good morning.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Patel.
Good morning.
Mr. Patel, do you recall that in March of 2020, one of your colleagues notified Mr. Sweeney that NVIDIA had figured out how to make Fortnite work on iPhones outside of the App Store?
Okay, you need to get that mic working. Okay, sorry. So it's just asking him if he recalls. Overruled.
Well, I'd like to make a hearsay objection. He's asking if he knows what someone else said to Mr. Sweeney.
Overruled. Do you recall that conversation?
I don't recall that conversation at the date. If the question was, did I read an email during the deposition? There was some email, if that's what you're referring to.
Let's introduce DX 3815. I think Your Honor has it. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. Let me figure out where.
Your Honor, we also have a binder. It's
You can go in that direction.
okay. Mr. Patel, do you recall this email exchange?
Recall seeing this email during the deposition.
And do you recall testifying about this email?
Your Honor, I just made the objection. He's testified he's only seen this email because it was showed to him during the deposition.
So,
From someone at
first of all, stop. My rule is that you give me the objection, the legal objection. I don't want to hear argument.
Apologies, Your Honor.
So why do I care if he recalls testifying about the email? Sustained.
Sure. Mr. Let me ask you.
This is his deposition transcript.
We can get you a copy of that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let me make it simple for you, Mr. Patel. Does this refresh your recollection as to the date of when you learned that one of your colleagues at NVIDIA informed Mr. Sweeney that NVIDIA had figured out a way to bring Fortnite to iPhones?
And from my memory of the deposition, yes.
And you recall that was in March of 2020?
The email says March of 2020.
Okay. And let me just ask if you know who Mr. Frederick Lilligren is.
Yes.
And who is Mr. Lilligren?
NVIDIA has a developer relations team that works with game publishers. Mr. Frederick works with Epic.
Okay. And any reason why you don't believe this email chain between Mr. Lilligren of your company is not authentic?
No, I have no reason to believe it is not authentic.
And you recall that as corporate representative for NVIDIA, you testified that, in fact, this email chain did occur and that Mr. Lilligren informed Mr. Sweeney that NVIDIA had figured out a way to bring Fortnite to iOS in March of 2020.
Memory of the deposition, as I recall saying that that's what the email looked like.
Okay.
Did he testify as a 30B6 witness?
He did, Your Honor.
So he testified on behalf of the corporation?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And it would be helpful for me when I know that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. talked about it yesterday. I should have reminded him today. And Mr. Patel, middle of that email, I read it correctly, where Mr. Lilligren informs Mr. Sweeney that I'd like to demonstrate to you and your team 2 new upcoming ways of playing Fortnite on GeForce Now. Did I read that correctly?
Yep.
Okay. And then this first thing he says there is Fortnite PC version running on GeForce Now servers, streamed using WebRTC protocol to Safari on iPhone, no App Store. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was March of 2020, and since that time, a number of Epic games have become available on the iOS version of GeForce Now, correct?
Yes. I'm trying to understand Epic games that are on the Epic Store, and maybe some games that Epic publishes. So I don't know what the distinction there was.
Thank you for that. And games that Epic publishes, some Epic games that Epic publishes are now on the GeForce Now service for iOS, correct?
I believe so. I don't have a running list exactly, but I believe there may be Rocket League.
And
Rocket League.
Fortnite, which is your most popular game on the platform, though, is still not among those titles, right?
That's correct.
And plan currently is to offer the game in October of this year. Is that right?
That was in a meeting that I was in. That was the discussed date as a potential beta release.
Okay. Ron, I'd like to move DX3815 into evidence at this point.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
3815 is administered.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Patel. I'd like to pass witness.
Okay, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wes Earnhardt for Epic. Mr. Patel, you were asking questions about the playing a game locally versus playing a game through a streaming service like GeForce Now. Just want to ask a few clarifying questions about that. So, if a user wants to play a game locally, the device the user is using, of course, has to be working, correct?
Yes.
But if a user is streaming a game, the data needs to take an additional round trip to the data centers and back, correct?
The button presses from the user have to go to the data center and the video has to come back, yes.
And that's different from what happens when a user is playing a game locally.
Yeah.
Okay, just to make sure I understand the sequence, does this accurately describe the round trip that has to happen with the data? The signal from the device is sent over the internet to the data center. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then that data center, which could be hundreds of thousands of miles away, processes what that signal means on its computers. Is that right?
Hundreds of thousands, but maybe hundreds of miles to thousands of miles.
I mean, hundreds or thousands.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see it correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, one at a time, please.
And then the PC in the cloud interprets that signal and performs the function in the game on the cloud, correct?
That's correct.
And then it converts that into a video feed, correct?
That's correct.
And then that video feed is sent back over the internet to the mobile device, correct?
That's correct.
And then the mobile device has to decode that signal, correct?
That's correct.
And then display that signal as a video to the user.
That's correct.
And all of that has to happen for every action that's taken in the game when it's streamed, correct?
That has to happen. And the majority of that has to happen for every frame, independent of action. Because games will generate frames with that action happening.
And how many frames per second happen in does GeForce Now support?
We support 2 modes. The majority is 60 frames per second, but there's a competitive mode that's 120 frames per second.
Okay. So when a user is streaming, every step along the way of that process has to be working well for the streaming service to work well, correct?
Yes.
And it's possible when a user is streaming that a poor internet service could cause latency, correct?
Yes.
Or the server being down to prevent the data from being processed in the cloud at all, correct?
Okay.
You need to speak into the mic. Yep, thank you. Objections overruled.
There could be problems with the decoder, which is what transforms the video feed into something the mobile device can see, that could cause frame rate interruptions, correct?
That could be, yes.
Now, are those problems, potential problems with streaming, exacerbated when the streaming is done through a web application as opposed to a native application?
There are less control over web streaming, so yes, you could argue that in some instances it's worse than a native application decoding.
So, for example, with the web application, you are stuck with the decoder that comes with the web browser, correct?
That is correct.
And that can increase latency, for example.
It could, yes.
Now,
And remember, he's your witness, open-ended questions.
okay.
All
Thank
of
you.
those, the objections as to form is probably appropriate.
Your Honor. Was it your choice that GeForce Now be on iOS devices only as a web application as opposed to a native application?
No, we would have preferred a native application.
Does your web page provide an option for anyone with a browser to navigate to it and operate GeForce Now?
Yes.
But did you nevertheless put in the time and the money and the effort to build native applications for Android, for PC, for Mac OS, and for set-top boxes?
Yes, we did invest in that.
And why did you do that?
Because it gives us more control and helps provide a better experience to the end user.
You also put in the time and the money and the effort to build a native application for iOS, correct?
Yes, we did.
And why did you do that?
Then to have more control and a better experience for the end user.
And is that native application available on iOS?
No.
And why not?
It was initially approved by Apple, and then Apple told everybody to the approval.
No further questions, John?
You crossed limited to the scope of redirect.
Mr. Patel, just a few questions. You described the process by which a streaming app operates in terms of going from the user's device to the cloud and back. That process that you described is true whether the streaming service is a native app or a web-based app, correct, sir?
That's correct. The majority of the process is the same.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. No more questions for Mr. Patel.
Anything on that one question?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, sir. Ms. Hughes, you may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Epic called Lori Wright.
Ms. Wright, is that you? Please come forward. Thank you. Good morning.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about in this court in this case, now on trial, shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, God.
Okay.
Please be seated, and then would you state your full name and last name?
Lori Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. Good morning. You may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Wright.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at Microsoft.
What is your position?
I am the Vice President of Business Development for Gaming, Media, and Entertainment.
And how long have you held that position?
2 years in October.
And how long have you been with Microsoft?
A little over 4 years.
What are your responsibilities?
I am responsible for our business and technology partnerships for gaming, media, and entertainment, with the exception of our content partnerships, which I do not have responsibility for.
And when you say content partnerships, what do you mean?
I mean licensing our games to creators.
In your job, have you gained an understanding of Microsoft's Xbox console business?
I do have an understanding of it. I'm not directly responsible for the console business.
And same question with respect to Microsoft's Xbox Store business. Do you have an understanding of how that business operates?
Yes, to varying degrees, depending on the question.
And have you gained an understanding in your role as business development as to the markets in which those businesses participate?
Yes, again, depending on the question.
You mentioned partnerships. Have you worked with Apple in your role at Microsoft?
I have worked with Apple, yes.
In what context?
I worked with Apple in this role in the context of an attempt for us to bring our game streaming technology into the Apple App Store.
Was that attempt successful?
It was not.
At a very high level, we'll get into the details later. Why not?
There were multiple policies that were in place in the App Store that prevented game streaming from being possible to deliver through the App Store. We were able to work through some of the policy issues and saw the policies changed, but the broadest issue we were not able to resolve.
Okay, we'll come back to that later, but first let's just cover some basics about Xbox. So first of all, what is an Xbox?
Well, Xbox in its broadest sense is our products and services for gaming. If you refer to Xbox as a piece of hardware, that console is a box that delivers a gaming experience to a community.
Okay. Is that an Xbox console?
Exactly.
What is the Xbox console marketed to consumers as being?
A gaming experience.
Is the Xbox console designed to optimize any particular functionality?
It is designed to optimize the game experience.
Could a user take a picture on an Xbox console?
No.
Could a user order an Uber through the Uber application on an Xbox console?
No.
Could you get driving directions while you were driving on an Xbox console?
No.
Can you do anything at all with an Xbox console if it's not plugged into a power outlet?
No.
If a user only owned an Xbox and not a smartphone, could the user do any of the things I just asked you about? Take a picture, order an Uber, get driving directions?
It's not.
Clear, does the Xbox console have a battery?
No.
Does it have a screen?
No.
How do you see the games?
You have to plug it into a monitor or a TV, some display screen.
Does the Xbox have speakers?
It does not.
How do you hear the games?
Through the display device or auxiliary sound.
Does the Xbox have touchscreen functionality to control the games?
The Xbox console does not have touch control.
How do you control the games?
Through a controller.
Can the Xbox console connect to the internet?
Yes. Over Ethernet or Wi-Fi.
Does it have a cellular chip?
It does not.
Would it be possible for a user to play the Xbox console without owning other equipment, such as a TV, speakers, and Ethernet connection?
No.
What products if any, compete with the Xbox console for hardware sales?
And the direct competitor for hardware sales would be the Sony PlayStation.
Are there any others?
There's the Nintendo Switch, but to a much lesser extent.
Any others?
No.
Okay. What about the iPhone?
The iPhone is a competition?
Yeah.
We certainly don't view iPhone as a competing device.
What about the iPad?
We do not view the iPad as a competing device.
In your role in business development at Xbox, do you try to convince users to buy an Xbox console rather than an iPhone?
No.
Why not?
Because we view the opportunity for gamers they make a choice to have the gaming experience with the console, or they play on a PC, sometimes that's an and they also want to play on mobile devices. So they're additives, they're not replacements.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Do you view the Xbox console as a replacement or a substitute for the iPhone?
No, I'm not aware of.
Do you view the Xbox console as a replacement or substitute for the iPad?
No.
Based on your experience, do Xbox users also have smartphones?
Yes.
Let's talk about the games available to play on Xbox. First of all, does a video game have to be programmed specifically for the Xbox console to be able to run it?
Yes.
And do you have a name for the type of games that are typically developed for Xbox consoles?
In its broadest sense, there are AAA games, which are kind of major blockbuster titles that get built for the Xbox, or individual developers who build games to be played. We typically refer to them just as console games.
And can you when you compare AAA or console games to games that are available and written for mobile devices?
Most part, no. Mobile device games are typically more casual. The vast majority are free to play, and then have an in-app purchase mechanisms as part of them. So, there's certainly exceptions where a game can be played, a different version of the game, but the same title can be played on mobile and console. But no, the majority will no.
And then can you describe the characteristics of what you call AAA games or console quality games?
Games that, have been, the developers have taken a design choice to build an experience that they want to have rendered on, with all the compute power, graphic fidelity that this software provides. And so there are a lot of immersive games, very thoughtful, long storyline games that are traditionally type of games that we have on console.
And relative to games that are designed for iOS, how do those games compare in terms of the computing power required to run them?
They're just much, much larger size games, like, 150 gig, 250, 450 gigabyte games. I mean, these are massive game size files that run on the console. And so they take a lot of graphics intensity and, all sorts of other technical requirements in order to render that experience on a console, and you can't just move that over to an iPhone.
Just a level set to make one thing clear. Can games that are specifically written to run on the Xbox console run on the iOS operating system?
The vast majority of those games cannot be run on the iPhone natively. They cannot be downloaded onto the iPhone. What I imagine we'll talk about later is there is an ability to stream those games to an iPhone.
Okay, we'll get into that later. And my question really is, if a game is coded to run on the Xbox console, can that code, unchanged, be imported to iOS and run?
No, you have to rewrite the game.
And are there some games that, by the very nature of their size and complexity, cannot be even recoded to run on mobile once they've been designed for Xbox.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Halo.
What is Halo?
Halo is a game that's developed by by Microsoft Studios, and it is a game that it is built for the console, a large game. It cannot run on mobile.
So, approximately, how many gigabits are required to download the game Halo?
I haven't looked. I think it's if I remember, I think it's about 150 gigabytes.
And what is the typical download size supported by an iOS device?
I think the biggest games are in the 3 to 4 gigabyte range with an average of 35, 45 meg, if I remember correctly.
So roughly, Halo is 50 times too large to run on iOS?
Yeah.
Are there other examples like Halo that are too big or too intensive to run natively on iOS?
A lot of, many of our titles would either consume the entire storage capacity or not run at all on those. So, we have a long list of titles.
Okay, looking at it from the other direction, are there games available on iOS that are not available to play on the Xbox console?
Sure.
And what types of games are those?
They're typically casual games that have been written for mobile, or someone has taken a choice to write a core mobile game that will work well on an iPhone. So,
in your experience, why did the developer choose to develop a game simply for the iPhone and not for the Xbox? Foundation.
Foundation. Thanks.
You have an understanding as to the process that developers go through in deciding how to design their games and for which console?
I don't have a depth understanding. I know that there are design choices and platform choices that have to be made on these. And there are games that, again, you take a choice to go and write this game to run on console, or you're just going to do like an easier game and put in, free-to-play hooks throughout it for monetization, or you're going to do a sandbox game like a Roblox where it's a single app with lots of games inside of it.
Okay, let me actually just show you one document.
That's right. He's getting that. Let me ask you, how many of the games are developed by your in-house Microsoft folks versus third party?
That's a great question. I don't know the exact split. I would venture a guess, and that would be that probably there's roughly 3,500 games that we play on an Xbox, and there are probably, I would say, less than 100 that are developed by Microsoft.
Principally third party.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead.
And, Your Honor, would you like a binder of these exhibits?
Sure. I think we pulled them.
If you could turn in your binder to exhibit PX2476. When you're done.
Okay, yes.
What's the title of this presentation?
GGPD Portfolio Team Executive Portfolio Update.
And GGPD is a Global Gaming Partnership and Development?
That's correct.
And what's the date of the presentation?
August of 2020.
Okay, John, I'll move to admit PX2476.
Is there an objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
2476 is a no.
Turn to the fourth page, PX2476.4. Now, these very careful. There's information that's been redacted from this, so don't sort of read any of the information here. Just try to listen carefully to my questions, and I will be very careful in what I ask you about.
I'm sorry, are we on the 6.4 worldwide Xbox One releases?
Yeah, for it says worldwide high-profile Xbox One releases. Is that?
I do.
You see there are different columns on this chart for third quarter, fourth quarter, and first quarter?
I do.
And each column shows the Xbox One releases in that quarter or expected for that quarter?
Correct.
So I just want to take an example. If you look at the second quarter, the fourth, withdrawn. If you look at the second column, the fourth quarter for calendar year 2020, and you take a look at the second title, FIFA 21, you see under that there are a series of information. October 2020. What that's the anticipated release date? Is that right?
I'm sorry, you're asking the fourth quarter. Is that the anticipated release date?
Well, under FIFA 2021, it has the month, October 2020.
Oh, correct, yes.
And then next to that, it says Electronic Arts. What is that?
Electronic Arts is the publisher of FIFA 21.
And then next to that, it has a series of two-letter acronyms. Do you know what those are?
Yes, those are the countries that will release them.
And so what are those countries for FIFA 2021?
U.S., Europe, Australia, Latin America.
And then next to that, there are a series of 3 or 2-digit acronyms. Do you see those?
I do.
And what do those show?
They show the platforms that the game will release on.
Okay, and what are those platforms for FIFA 21?
Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, and PC, and Xbox version for launch.
Is iOS listed there?
It is not.
Okay, just look, if you can, through all the games listed on this chart, and tell me if you see iOS listed for any of them.
I do not.
If you turn to the page 2476.6, this chart is titled High-Profile Competitive Console Exclusives.
I do.
Which video game platforms are listed on the slide?
PlayStation and Nintendo Switch, and then competitive stores, which would be PC stores.
Such as the Epic Game Store and Google Stadia, right?
Epic Game Store or the Steam Store and Stadia. Yes, or Stadia. I only see Epic and Stadia here. I'm sorry, yes, Epic and Stadia.
Is iOS listed anywhere on this page?
It is not.
You can put that away. So let's focus on where consumers can buy Xbox games. Where can a consumer buy a video game to run on the Xbox console?
On an Xbox console, you can buy a disc from a retailer. So you do that through Walmart, Best Buy, and buy a physical disc that can run. Or you can, from the Xbox console, there's the Xbox Store where you can sign up to the Game Pass subscription to get access to a broad set of titles, 100 plus titles, or you can download any of those individual titles to be played on the Xbox.
Okay, so let's focus on the Xbox Store. Can you explain in just a bit more detail what is the Xbox Store?
The Xbox Store is a curated store for the Xbox console that gives you the option to see the titles, buy the titles, or sign up to a subscription, as well as, get other, I guess, not in the store, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay. And how can a user access the Xbox Store?
You access the Xbox Store through, if we're speaking purely on console, you access the Xbox Store. It's part of the integrated experience. So when you go in to load up your Xbox, you see your community, you see your store, you see the games you already own.
And who shops at the Xbox Store?
People who own an Xbox.
Okay. Does the Xbox Store offer games that can be run on any platform other than the Xbox?
In the Xbox Store for console, no, not that I'm aware of.
Can a user buy a game from the Xbox Store and, based on that purchase, run that game natively on the iPhone?
No.
Could the user go to the iPhone and purchase a game and, based on that purchase, run it natively on an Xbox console?
No.
Does the Xbox Store compete for transactions with the Apple App Store?
No.
In your role in business development at Xbox, do you have a preference for whether a potential user buys a game on iOS, or are you agnostic as to whether that user buys a game on iOS?
Given that there are not many at all of our games that run on iOS that are competing games, then we're agnostic. If you want to buy a game on iOS, wonderful.
And how does that compare to whether a user buys a game on the PlayStation?
I think if you've made a choice to buy a game or if you've made a choice to buy a PlayStation, then you're buying games from Sony. That is taking away from you being an owner of an Xbox for the most part and buying games through the Xbox Store.
And that's different from iOS.
It is. Sony's a direct competitor.
I'll remind you again, open-ended questions.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Are there some specific games that are available on both the Xbox system and iOS in different forms? The same game title, but in different forms?
Xbox system and iOS in different forms, yes. There is several games that have an iOS version of them written.
So, for example, Minecraft.
Correct.
Or Roblox.
Correct.
It used to include Fortnite.
Correct.
For those types of games, do you use sales on iOS as a substitute for sales on the Xbox platform?
No.
Do you believe the Xbox Store competes with the Apple App Store for transactions in even those types of games?
I don't believe so. I don't believe it's a either-or choice. I believe if you're playing Minecraft on your mobile phone, then you're buying, things within iOS. That is valuable to the Microsoft business. At the same time, if you're choosing to play Minecraft on the Xbox console at that point in time, that's fine as well.
If a user buys a game on the iPhone, does Microsoft believe that makes it unlikely that the user will buy the same game on the Xbox if the user owns an Xbox?
No.
And what are some reasons why Microsoft believes that users would be likely to buy games on both platforms?
If you look at the market data, the data that I've seen, there are roughly 3 billion gamers in the world. 96% of those gamers play games on a mobile device. Also, more than 50% of those gamers play on another device. And so what you have to believe from that is that people are playing games on mobile, but they are also playing on a complementary device. And so if you're buying games on one, you're buying stuff on the other, that it's additive.
Can a user play a game on her Xbox console while she's waiting in line at the D&B?
No.
Could she potentially do that with an iPhone?
Of course.
One final question on this topic, and then we'll change topics. When you're planning your business development strategy at Xbox, do you factor in the following scenario? A user is playing a game on a device on a non-Xbox platform. They see something in the game that they want to purchase. They choose not to make the purchase then and there from the device that they're playing on. Instead, they stop playing the game, close out of the game, move to wherever their Xbox is, turn it on, boot it up, log into the game on their Xbox console or their friend's Xbox console, make the purchase for the item in the game that they were playing, power down the Xbox, go back to the other device, and then play the game with the item they just purchased. Just factor that in?
No, it's a very unlikely scenario.
It's switching topics a bit. For apps purchased through the Xbox Store, games purchased through the Xbox Store, does Microsoft charge developers a commission?
Yes.
And what is Microsoft's standard commission on the Xbox Store?
Our published commission is 30%.
Does Microsoft capture a meaningful share of the revenue anywhere else in the Xbox ecosystem?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Let me clarify.
Ask open-ended questions and then I can get an answer. Go ahead.
Does Microsoft, how much margin does Microsoft earn on the sale of the Xbox consoles?
We don't. We sell the consoles at a loss. We subsidize every console.
If Microsoft sells hardware consoles at a loss, why does Microsoft keep selling them?
Because our business model is set up so that we can deliver a end-to-end gaming experience. The hardware is critical to us delivering that gaming experience. And therefore, we know we need to, for gamers to be able to have a console, and we subsidize that, and then we make money over the long run on the game sales or the game subscription.
Just to be clear, does Microsoft ever earn a profit on the sale of an Xbox console?
No.
How does that compare to whether Apple earns a profit on the sale of an iPhone? Objection, Foundation.
System.
How does the fact that you testified to that Microsoft loses money on the sale of its consoles relate to the 30% commission that Microsoft charges in the Xbox Store?
Our business model is such that we subsidize the console, we charge a 30% commission for the games to be able to run in that community, so that the players can access the games, and in the long run that pays for the console.
If Microsoft did not charge a commission on the Xbox Store, would it make money or lose money in its Xbox business?
We would lose money, though it would be an unprofitable business.
Now, Microsoft also runs something called the Windows Store on PC, correct?
Correct.
What is the Windows Store on PC?
It is a Windows store that runs on PC that has applications and games and other things that you might expect in a PC store.
So what sort of apps does Microsoft sell on the Windows Store?
All sorts of apps. We have productivity apps. We have game apps. We have, other media and entertainment apps to download. So a variety.
What is the current commission that Microsoft charges on the Windows Store?
The commission has been 30% on the Windows Store. We just announced reducing that to 12%.
And when will that become effective?
August, I believe.
And why is Microsoft changing the commission it charges on the Windows Store?
There are multiple stores that compete on Windows. There are, we have a game store, there's the Steam store, there's the ability to download the games directly from the publishers themselves. And so which happens to be the vast majority. And so for our Windows Store, in order for it to be competitive and relevant, we needed to reduce the commission.
Are you aware of any plans to change the commission charged by Microsoft on the Xbox Store?
No.
Does Microsoft allow competing App Store on its Xbox platform like it does on Windows?
No.
Does Microsoft allow developers to distribute their games directly to consumers on its Xbox platform like it does on Windows?
No.
Can you explain to me then the way the Xbox ecosystem is different from the Windows ecosystem?
The Xbox ecosystem is much, much smaller. I could share those numbers, but would prefer to do that in a closed setting. But the numbers are, materially smaller versus the billions of PCs, or Windows devices, I should say, that are out there. And so, the way that they are different in the gaming world is that the Xbox Store is this curated, custom-built, end-to-end hardware software.
Welcome to AT&T's teleconference service. Please enter your access code, followed by the pound sign. Welcome to AT&T's teleconference service. Please enter your access code, followed by the pound sign. To join the conference as the host, press star. Otherwise, press at the tone. Please speak your name. There are 146 participants on the call, including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press star pound. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
And again, this is something that the data just reflects, is that people don't play games over a browser on the iPhone. If you look at the data, all the games are played through the App Store, right? So people are not playing games over a browser on iPhone.
Do you view having the xCloud available on iOS through Safari instead of as a native app a good outcome or a bad outcome?
It is our only outcome in order to reach mobile users on iOS.
Is it the outcome you would have preferred?
No.
What would you have preferred?
A native app in the App Store where users know to get their app to iOS.
Your Honor, I have about 5 minutes of questions for which I would like to ask the court to be closed.
Okay. Well, then we'll wait on those. Can we get started with the cross? Sure. We'll take a break in about 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Wright. My name is Jay Srinivasan, and I'm a lawyer for Apple, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Your position at Microsoft, I think you said, is currently Vice President of Xbox Business Development. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you took on this position about 18 months ago. Is that right?
18 months ago. Yes.
And before this position, you had no responsibilities for the Xbox or the gaming business, correct? Right. And in fact, you were entirely new to the gaming industry as of 18 months ago, correct? Okay. And so you've had no professional exposure to the games market until 18 months ago, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it also true, Ms. Wright, that you don't know who competes with the Microsoft Store?
I think I certainly know there is an Epic Games Store. I would say in terms of, and there's a Steam Store. In terms of who competes, because it is the vast majority of things are games are coming from direct downloads, and I don't know how those stack rank out.
So, I'm sorry, is that a yes or no? You don't know who competes with the Microsoft Store, or you do?
I don't know where the downloads are coming from for that earlier stat of 86% is direct to consumer. I don't know that.
Okay. And isn't it true that you don't think about competition in the store space at all when it comes to the Xbox?
I have not focused my time and energy. It's not part of my business remit to think about competition in the store space.
And so you don't think about competition among with respect to the Xbox, is that right?
It's not part of my core job.
Okay. And in fact, that's somebody else in your group, not you, who deals with competition for the Xbox line of business of Microsoft, correct? Yeah?
That's not what I said. What I said was the store space on Windows is not my direct responsibility.
Okay. What do you mean by the store space?
So Microsoft has a store on Windows. There are other stores, like the Steam Store, the Epic Games Store, and there are the ability for publishers and developers to get their games directly on the devices. So when it comes to those stores, that is a different team that handles what goes into the store, how it gets into the store, what the store policies are, all of those things.
Okay. And with respect to the Xbox Store in particular, isn't it true that you said that you don't compete, you don't look at competition in the space at all?
No, I said that for the PC version, the Windows, that I do not look at competition in the Windows Store.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about, you did express some opinions about competition. Let's start first with, you talked about the Xbox itself, right? You had some definitional terms about the Xbox yourself, and one of the things you said is that a multi-purpose platform would have a wide variety of things that changes every day. Did I get that right?
I said it could change every day. New things can come and go. There's certain things that are static that exist in perpetuity.
So if a platform has things that come and go and provide users experience that change, you would agree that that might be an open platform?
With different types of genres of usage that comes and goes, yes, I would.
And it's true, right, ma'am, that the Xbox, currently the console, offers Spotify for users to stream and enjoy music, correct?
It's an option.
That's something they can use, and your users do use those, right? That service?
They don't buy an Xbox to listen to Spotify. It's a thing that is on there for users.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. It was that it's available to users to enjoy.
Sure.
And that's not a gaming experience. You would agree with that, right?
Sure.
And right now with an Xbox, you can stream movies on Netflix and Hulu and other services, right?
Yes, you can.
And that's not games. You wouldn't characterize those as games, would you?
No.
Right. And also, much to my chagrin with my children, YouTube you can watch via Xbox, right?
I have the same chagrin. Yes, you can.
Okay. Also not a game.
Not a game.
Okay. And just to clarify some testimony you gave a bit ago, I just wanted to make sure you're not contending that Netflix offers games, are you?
There is some small niche of Netflix. I was trying to be complete. That I know they were testing some interactive experiences, but for the most part, just like Xbox is a game console, Netflix is a movie and TV show application.
Okay. And you also mentioned that out of the 30, I may have gotten the number wrong, but something north of 3,000 games are offered on the Microsoft Xbox. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think your testimony was only about 100 are Microsoft first-party games.
My testimony was I wasn't sure. I was guessing on that, but yes, that would be my best guess.
That's the ballpark. So the vast majority of games offered on the Xbox are not Microsoft's games, but other developers' games, correct?
If my understanding is correct.
Right. And so in that sense, you have third-party games that aren't yours that you're selling to your consumers, correct? Okay.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and take our break. Ms. Wright, I take it you must have a lawyer here with you? Okay. Okay. That's the only person that you can speak to during the break. You cannot speak to any of the parties, any of their representatives. you are here as a 30B6 corporate representative, right?
What that means.
No, Your Honor. We called her in her personal capacity.
In her personal capacity?
Correct, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. All right, then I'll just leave it at that. So we'll stand in recess for purposes of the public who are listening in. We're going to take a 20-minute recess, and when we get back from our recess, you'll still have to wait because we will move into closed session for just a few minutes to finish off the direct field questions, and then across on those questions. That seems to be the more efficient way to do things. So for those of you listening in, it will be longer than 20 minutes. We'll stand in recess. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have been added to the waiting room. You cannot talk or listen until the host admits you to the meeting. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing star 6.
We have the public back in, and if someone can if you'll let people know they can come back in. So we'll wait until the press comes back in. I need Walker to go on over and make sure people can come in. I don't know that the press needs to be told that they can come back in. All right, thank you, Ms. Dunn. We have the public lines open. Okay, the public lines are open, and I see now members of the press coming into the courtroom, including the attorney for the developer and the consumer class. All right, the proceedings are now unsealed. You may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wright, you understand that you were called here today on behalf of Epic, correct?
I don't know that I understand that.
Okay. And is it your view, by the way, that Microsoft would benefit if Epic wins this case?
I don't know that to be true either.
And is Microsoft a developer who monetizes apps on the App Store? They are, right?
Yes, yes.
You have dozens of apps on the App Store, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Microsoft earns roughly $600 to $700 million in net revenue per year from its relationship with Epic, right?
That's correct. I don't know if that's correct, actually. It might be the other way around, where Epic earns $600 to $700 million, and we earn $300 to $400 million.
Okay. Do you recall that you gave a deposition in this case on April 16th?
I do.
Okay. And during the deposition, a lawyer for Apple asked you questions and gave you answers?
Yeah.
Okay. The lawyer took down all those questions and answers, and you were placed under oath at the beginning of that deposition?
That's right.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth, right? Okay. Can I...
I need the page and line number.
Yeah, and we'll give you the transcripts. And,
I have the transcript, page and line number is what I'm looking for.
So it's page 80, line 16 to 23.
Hold on. Page 80, line 16 to 23. And was this a 30B6 deposition?
This is in her individual capacity as she is here today, Your Honor.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, this entire deposition transcript is under seal, attorney size only, or designated attorney size only currently. And so just to the extent that counsel intends to ask questions, I'd ask that those be previewed first.
Well, hold on. Do you know what the lines are that he's talking about?
Unfortunately, I haven't had time to bring it up yet because I had to run up here.
Go ahead. What is...
Your Honor, on this issue, we understand that presumptive designation is only through the protective order before trial, and sorry.
What is your... Now I've read it, so what are you asking?
I'm asking if I can just impeach on that basis, and if the answer right now, the question was, is Microsoft earned $600 to $700 million in revenue from Epic? I think her answer was, I don't know. And in the deposition, she seemed to provide that information.
And, Your Honor, to the extent that that's not public information, we would ask...
You just made it public. Overruled. You can read.
Thank you, Your Honor. Question. Do you know how much revenue Microsoft earned each year from its relationship with Epic? Answer, I do not for certain. Question, I will take a ballpark. If you have a ballpark, answer, my understanding is there is a net revenue in the $600 to $700 million range.
Yes, and the deposition, if I remember, keeps going where we weren't clear on what we were talking, which way it was.
Thank you, ma'am. And your counsel will have, or Epic's counsel will have an opportunity to raise that if you're right about that memory. In terms of revenue, Epic is in Microsoft's top 10 of developers who distribute games on the Xbox, correct?
Yes, may I answer the previous question now?
You'll have an opportunity later, ma'am.
Not the way it works.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Microsoft has a financial incentive to keep Epic happy, right, Ms. Wright?
Microsoft earns the commission on Epic sales, so we try and keep all of our developers and publishers happy, yes.
So the answer is you have a financial incentive to keep Epic happy?
Sure, that's probably a fair statement.
Okay. And you understand that one of your colleagues at Microsoft submitted a declaration on behalf of Epic in this very proceeding, correct?
As I said in my deposition, I'm aware that it happened. I was not party to it or in the depth conversations on it.
Okay, so you're aware that that happened, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you aware that a former economist from Microsoft and current Microsoft consultant named Susan Athey is testifying in this case on behalf of Epic?
No.
Okay. Do you know that a former member of Microsoft Research, James Mickens, is also testifying on behalf of Epic in this case?
No, I did not know that.
Those are not people you know?
They are not.
Okay. Have you ever met them?
I have not.
Okay. And you're aware that Microsoft is a vocal critic of Apple's App Store, right?
I'd like to caveat that by saying that it was certainly followed in the media on what was happening with our efforts to get xCloud available in iOS. And when we were unsuccessful in that, we were critical of the policy and the unfair treatment relative to what we were seeing happening elsewhere.
Right. And independent of just the xCloud, you're aware that President of Microsoft, Brad Smith, have made public comments more generally critical of the App Store, correct?
Not close to those conversations, no. I see comments from time to time.
Right. So it's your testimony that you are not aware that the president of the company that you work at has been making public comments critical of the App Store. Is that your testimony?
No, my testimony is that I don't know what Brad has said in that. I'm aware that Brad has been testifying on it. I don't know what his statements are.
You're not aware whether the general nature of those statements are criticisms or not?
Well, I assume they're not favorable, but I don't know what the direct criticisms that Brad is making are.
Why do you assume they're not favorable?
Because of our experience in trying to get an application into the App Store.
Okay. And is it your testimony that Mr. Smith's, the focus of his criticisms relate to the xCloud streaming service, and that's it?
Again, I don't know what Brad's statements are.
Okay. Do you recall, switching gears, do you recall that in advance of your deposition you had an understanding of what topics you'd be discussing, correct?
Your Honor, objection to the extent the question calls for attorney-client communications.
Overruled. Was the subpoena issued? A subpoena was issued. Yes. Did you read the subpoena?
It was sent to me. I looked at it. Yes.
Okay. Answer the question.
Your Honor, clarification, the subpoena did not have any topics since she's not a 30B6 deponent.
I don't need you to testify if she can answer the question to the extent that she knows. If she's had conversations with counsel, then she can testify to that too. If you and your attorney had private conversations, that I'm not interested in.
Yes, I've had no conversations with Epic counsel. I know there were a set of things that they showed me in the deposition that said, you're going to testify to these topics. And then I saw somewhere, I cannot recall where those topics changed coming into today.
Okay. And in fact, you prepared for the deposition over the course of 2 days, right?
On 2 separate days, we had preparation sessions of different lengths of time.
And I think you had at least 7 lawyers from Microsoft to help prepare you in that deposition, correct?
There were multiple lawyers present in that because there were our internal legal counsel as well as outside counsel.
So I think it was at least 7, though?
I can try and count if that's helpful.
No, it's okay. And you prepared for your deposition by searching your personal files over issues that you thought you might be asked about, right?
Yes, as I said in my deposition, I went back and searched for the sequence on the xCloud conversations to refresh my memory.
Right. And in fact, that's right. You testified that you, in fact, looked specifically to refresh your memory on certain topics, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you, in fact, have documents in your files about the xCloud streaming service, the Xbox video game console, and other operations related to those businesses, correct?
I'm sorry, it's a question. Do I have emails on those topics? Yes, of course.
It's emails, PowerPoints, anything else, documents, correct?
On our Xbox business, yes, of course.
Okay. And in fact, you also testified that among the Xbox business documents you have were P&L statements specific to Xbox, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you also have documents in your files relating to your interactions with Apple, correct?
The same ones that Apple has, yes.
Okay. But you also said you had some internal documents. Don't you also have internal Microsoft documents relating to your dealings with Apple on the streaming business?
Sure, there's emails on the correspondence. Most of it culminated in what we shared with Apple, but yes.
Okay. And I think you said you even have notes taken by your team at Microsoft regarding at least one meeting you had with Apple. That was shared with you, correct?
There was an email, I believe, that summarized our meeting in Cupertino the first time.
Okay. And in fact, those kind of notes, nobody at Apple would have those notes. Those are internal to Microsoft, right?
They would reflect it truly was a sequence of the conversation that Apple was part of, yes.
Okay. And you didn't produce any of these documents in advance of your deposition, did you, ma'am?
I don't know what was produced.
Okay. Well, did you provide the documents to anybody?
Did I provide them? No. No.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And nobody even asked you for them, correct?
No.
Okay. And you also said you also have files potentially regarding communications you've had with Epic, right?
I have not had communications with Epic. Personally, it's not part of my job responsibility.
Okay. The question was whether you have any documents, not necessarily with communications from you, but communications with Epic from anybody at Microsoft.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay, but you didn't look for those.
I did not.
Right. Okay. And who is Phil Spencer?
Phil is the Executive Vice President of Gaming at Microsoft.
Okay. And you've had at least one conversation with Mr. Spencer about a conversation he had with Mr. Sweeney about Apple's App Store, correct?
I did not have a conversation with Phil about that, no. I remember, I think the question was asked in the deposition on do I recall any conversations, and I said, well, I don't have direct knowledge or email on it. I remember at one point in some forum Phil mentioning he had gotten a note from Mr. Sweeney.
Okay, so you had some communication with Mr. Spencer on it, correct?
I was involved in a forum where Mr. Spencer had mentioned it.
Okay. And did you look for any emails regarding that interaction between Mr. Spencer and Mr. Sweeney?
No.
Okay, and again, nobody asked you to look for those, did they?
I did not.
Okay. And you didn't produce any of these documents since your deposition, right?
I did not.
Okay. And are you aware that the court urged Microsoft to produce to Apple documents regarding the subject of your testimony in advance of your deposition?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
Okay. And are you aware that specifically the court said that, quote, the failure to produce relevant documents, including documents relevant to the individual testifying witness, to both parties, here to Apple, will be factored into the individual witness's credibility and, if necessary, may warrant the striking of the testimony? Did anybody tell you that?
No.
Okay. And you're not aware of that? You didn't otherwise become aware of that issue?
No.
And are you aware that the court said, to the extent that the third-party witnesses are concerned with an adverse credibility determination at the bench trial, they should ensure that they adequately and timely produce such documents in advance of their deposition? Was that ever conveyed to you?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question is whether you understood that the court said the following. To the extent that the third-party witnesses are concerned with an adverse credibility determination at the bench trial, they should ensure that they adequately and timely produce such documents in advance of their deposition. Did you ever come to understand that the court had made that request?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Would you have produced your documents had you known that?
Probably not, because I did not come into this feeling like my credibility would be questioned.
Okay. Well, I'm saying to you now that the court has said that that's an issue, Now that you've learned that, would you have done something differently?
I don't know. Honestly, I haven't thought enough about it. It seems like something I'd have to take time and think about.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, let's move on. You are aware, ma'am, that Apple has App Store guidelines, correct?
I am.
Okay. And part of your role at Microsoft is to know that the Apple App Store, you know what the rules are and understand how the app review process goes, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you know that any app that seeks to be on the App Store must comply with the App Store guidelines, right, ma'am?
Yes.
And at some point, you approached Apple about getting Microsoft's cloud gaming streaming service on the App Store, right? You just testified about that this morning, right?
That's
Right. And you made an initial request of Apple. You talked about that, correct? That happened. And when you submitted that first proposal to Apple, Apple responded that the proposed app violated Apple's app review guidelines, right?
Yes, but they invited us to a meeting in Cupertino to discuss ways that we could look for ways to solve them.
Absolutely. In fact, they engaged you in further conversation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
that's yes. Yes.
And in fact, if you recall, Apple identified 3 specific reasons for why the app was rejected, right?
Can you state the 3, because I can probably name more than 3?
Sure. But we could, well, let's take them one at a time. You can tell me if there's more. The first one was that the proposed xCloud app used remote streaming, which the App Store guidelines do not permit, right?
That's correct.
Apple worked with
I'm sorry, let me correct that. Prevent for gaming, because they do allow that for all other forms of media and entertainment.
Right. You mentioned that earlier, and if you could just stick to my questions, then you'll have a chance to say those things again, perhaps with Ethics Council. But Apple then worked with you on the remote streaming issue, and eventually they amended their App Store guidelines for everybody to allow streaming services, right?
Yes, that one particular policy they did amend roughly 6 or 8 months later.
Okay, so it was amended.
Correct.
Okay. And then, by the way, for its part, Microsoft doesn't allow other streaming services on the Xbox Store, does it?
No, it's a closed ecosystem.
So under no circumstance can another streaming service be on the Xbox, is that right?
Generally available today, no, that's accurate.
Right. And whereas with Apple now, with the amendment, a streaming service of some type could in fact be put on the App Store, right?
That being said, to my earlier point, Apple has historically allowed many streaming services.
That's a yes, no?
It's a yes, but they were changing it to include gaming for the first time.
Okay, good. And then let's go back to the xCloud proposal itself. The second issue that Apple flagged as an App Store guideline violation had to do with Microsoft publishing third-party content, correct?
Correct.
Right. And Apple solved that issue for Microsoft as well, right?
Yes, they did allow those permitted later down our discussion for third-party content to come into a catalog.
Terrific. And then the third and final issue was that corporate catalog for games would have to be individually separated one by one to comply with the Xbox guidelines. That was the third issue, correct?
That was the third issue in order that you set down. It's the first issue in terms of delivering the service at all.
Okay. And that's the one issue that the two companies couldn't overcome, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you understood very clearly what the reason Apple was telling you for why the streaming service that you were offering wasn't compliant, correct?
We understood that Apple, as you were suggesting, often amends policies as they take in new information and as time progresses and they see what's happening. And this was a case where they amended to, but it did not amend the primary issue.
Right. And you're not contending here that Apple somehow misapplied its guidelines or treated you unfairly. They weren't willing to amend this particular guideline for Microsoft, correct?
I won't say for Microsoft. They weren't willing to amend this for any gaming company.
Sure, for anybody. But that was the sticking point that you had with Apple, correct?
It fundamentally breaks down the service we were trying to deliver.
would you agree that Apple tried to meet you halfway to fix the problem for Microsoft?
In what sense?
In terms of trying to work with Microsoft, they amended 2 out of the 3 rules, correct?
But they are not relative importance. The first issue, the third issue in your list is the main issue, and the other 2 are irrelevant if you can't get through the first. Being able to give a game catalog.
Right, and it was in the context of this discussion you had with Apple that you had one of your meetings with Apple folks, correct?
We had several meetings with Apple folks, yes.
And I think it was in the context of one of those meetings that one of your colleagues took notes of that meeting to understand what occurred in that meeting, correct?
No, the meeting that a colleague took notes on was the very first meeting that took place in Cupertino, where there were 5 or 6 Apple members present, as well as 5 or 6 people from Microsoft and Xbox.
And that meeting was about trying to get xCloud on the service, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And those are the notes that you didn't turn over, right?
But the notes are a recap of the discussion that everyone in that conversation was privy to. So they did not contain any other commentary.
Okay, so that's a yes, you didn't turn them over?
It's a yes, I did not supply that email to anyone.
Right, you didn't send it to Apple either.
I don't know that. It's actually a good question. I haven't gone back to say, did that email, it very likely could have gone to Apple.
Okay. And did you have internal discussions with your colleagues about this whole process?
Oh, sure.
Okay. And at some point, Microsoft switched gears, correct? And you decided to try to bring the streaming service to iPhone users via the web Safari platform, correct?
When we realized that after the attempts that we had made, that in proposing many different ways to comply with the spirit of what they were asking us to do, that we could not, we saw no alternative to reach the iOS mobile base of customers without basically starting over and spending the last year, the entire year of an entire organization to rewrite the technology to be delivered over browser.
So the answer to my question is yes. You started engaging with Apple to get the service on through the Safari web?
We reached out to get some understanding on WebKit, to point out some issues that were not working with our controller in order to enable us to build a browser. That's right.
Okay. And you, in fact, helped the Microsoft team, and you included, enlisted the Apple team's help to get the xCloud server working on Apple Safari browser, right?
I don't know the extent of help. I know that we supplied a list of bugs that we had found and asked for help in fixing the issues to enable it, if that helped.
Right. In fact, do you recall that it was a wish list of things that you asked for Apple's web browser team to work with you on to get the xCloud app to work through the Safari browser?
Yes, but we would have needed none of that if we had just built a native app for the App Store. So based off their direction to go build for browser, we had to start over, and there were material bugs that we needed help to work through in order for that to be possible.
So my question was, did you provide them a wish list to help you get the app to work over the Safari browser?
Someone on my team may have. I did not. But I will assume, as you say, that a wish list was provided. I know there were a set of issues we had. I don't know how they were provided.
Right. And you have not provided us any documents to indicate what in your view, you might have provided Apple. I think you called it a list of bug fixes, right?
That's correct. I don't know how they were relayed to Apple.
Okay. Now, did you in fact engage throughout with others at Apple while this process was going on?
This is about the time we started the parallel tracks of pivot the team to try and rebuild the entire streaming stack, front end, all of the capabilities to go and try and see if we could deliver this over browser. Meanwhile, I kept trying to work with Apple to get the app in the store. A few additional months went by. Apple published the updates to those couple of policies that you mentioned. It's still left.
And then just to sorry to cut you off, but I'm actually on a clock. And so if you could limit your answers to answering my question. My question was simply whether you met with folks at Apple throughout this process.
Yeah, to answer that, I have to give you context to say what meetings was I in and what meetings were others in.
Okay.
I was meeting with Apple, still trying to get into the App Store because we know that's how people use
I'm sorry.
mobile applications.
And I'm sorry to interrupt there. Did you in fact meet with Sean Pruden of Apple during this to work with you on the website as well?
Sean and I spent most of our time together on the App Store. Someone on my team engaged Apple on the Safari work, and I don't know if that went to Sean or not.
And in fact, Apple did in fact respond to the wish list and solve the problems that Microsoft identified, right?
I don't know if they were solved. I know it's continued. There's always a set of issues we have to engage with as we're trying to go up a browser. So I imagine that's continuing to go. It's not like here's one set of things we need solved.
Did they solve any of the items? Did they in fact solve a number of the items, right?
Again, I was not in those conversations, so that a different part of my team started that work, and I assume since we were in beta that some portion of those got solved.
Yeah, well, in fact, that was my next question. The service is available currently in beta on the web browser for iOS users, correct?
It is available. It's in beta. We're in the learning mode. We're fixing a lot of things. We're learning a lot of things. We're trying to get things to a place that we feel comfortable releasing it commercially.
Okay, and so Apple helped you get to this place, correct?
As I said, someone on my team had been working to get the bug fixes solved. If that is helping us get to this place, sure.
Okay. And in fact, the beta is now out. Have you read any of the reviews of the service yet?
I have not read a ton of the reviews. I've seen some of the headlines. I've seen more of the internal reports on it.
And that surprises me because this is a project obviously you've been working on for a long time. You haven't bothered to look at what the public is saying about the service?
My focus shifted elsewhere after we hit the impasse on the App Store, and I still am very much looking at the overall gaming business, but I'm not as close to xCloud as I once was, based off of the expanded scope of things I'm looking at.
Okay, and so you're not aware that, among other things, press reviews have said the xCloud gaming gaming is already a super solid experience on PC and iOS. Have you heard that?
Yes, I've seen some press headlines that are very positive on it, that's for sure.
Do you disagree with that?
No.
Okay. Have you heard that the overall performance of every game I tried on the Xbox xCloud streaming platform was smooth and stable?
Nope. I believe, yes, that's it.
You agree with it?
Sure.
Yeah, and have you heard that even the beta was described as a remarkably polished one? Does that surprise you?
No, but you have to remember what we had to go do. We had to go buy a perpetual license right to a company in order to give us certain protocols to help with this. We had to rewrite the entire front end. So a lot of this is work that we had to go do to deliver that polish.
You had to expand engineering resources to deliver a good product, right?
Yes.
That's the gaming world, isn't it?
To deliver this product in this way, we had to start from scratch and redeliver it, yeah.
And are you heartened by the fact that even the beta has been called a remarkably polished experience for users?
Yeah, I think it's fantastic.
Okay, great. And in fact, you expanded the beta just a few days ago. You were aware that the beta program was expanded by Microsoft to include even more users?
We did expand the beta program. I'm also aware that we're working through quite a few issues on iOS as well.
Do you agree that expanding the beta program suggests that the beta program to begin with has already been successful and is now becoming more successful?
Yeah, I think that's a great sign that the beta is expanding.
And I think you mentioned, Ms. Wright, that with respect to the native app, when you were trying to get the native app on, the issue of commissions wasn't really a problem for Microsoft. In other words, I think you said that you were okay with the revenue share. Was that correct? Was I right about that?
It was sort of a tertiary issue in that we knew it would be problematic because of the way our commission splits work, that being able to pay that over the long run to Apple would be challenging. It was not the issue we focused on. We were more focused on how could we instrument this to even be able to pay the commission.
Okay. And But you were willing to pay, you were willing to work out some sort of monetary arrangement with Apple, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. That was not the problem.
That's correct.
Right. And so if the xCloud app, the native app, was available on the App Store, which I know you didn't get, but if it was, you would have been paying, Apple would have made money off of that service, correct?
Okay.
Right. And with it being on Safari now, Apple makes no money on that, correct?
That's correct. It's also what we had asked Apple to do is potentially just do a consumption app where they also, like many of their services, we don't make money on that in the App Store either. It's for an existing subscriber can go and sign in with their existing credentials and play games they already have access to.
My question was simpler than that. Was just that Apple does not make money currently on xCloud, given that xCloud is streaming on the web and not through the App Store, correct?
Yes, I was also answering your question on would they have made money on the App Store. And
you had already answered that question. I appreciate that. Thank you. And by the way, you had said in the earlier questioning with the Epic lawyer that publishers cannot distribute directly to consumers on iOS. Do you recall that testimony?
No, they can distribute directly to iOS through the App Store. They cannot over browser.
I think you reversed that. Publishers can distribute directly to consumers through the web browser, correct?
They can't download the application through the browser.
Okay. But they're playing xCloud streaming directly through the browser, right, ma'am?
Yes.
And Apple does not control that in any way, correct?
Aside from their engine, is what's required to run that experience. But yes, they control it that way.
I don't understand what you mean by the engine.
So their browser engine is for Safari and for any other browser that may be running requires Apple WebKit to support that browser experience.
I'm sorry to keep jumping in. What you're saying is you have to engineer it for the Apple platform, correct?
Yes, I was just answering your question on does Apple control that you don't have the same browser you have on PC or Mac OS on iOS. It's a different browser.
Right. Understood. And in fact, Apple didn't block Microsoft from allowing the distribution of xCloud through the web browser, did they? No, they helped you, right?
We did.
Yeah. Okay.
But we also know that people don't play games over browser traditionally; they play on PC.
And Your Honor, I don't know if it makes sense in a bench trial, but I moved to strike that last piece of the answer.
Striking. Testimony struck.
Thank you. And let's talk about streaming a little bit, Ms. Wright, just because I'm interested in that, and you were involved in that. And a game streaming service is a model where the games are accessed by the users from whatever device they're using, right? And that could be, and it's all they need is an internet connection, right now?
Correct.
And the game is not stored locally on the device?
Correct.
And I can kind of bottom line this, but you talked about a native app for the xCloud, and you talked about a streaming over the web streaming app for the xCloud. In both cases, you need an internet connection, right, ma'am, to use that service?
That's correct.
And by the way, you mentioned now for the iPhone, to access the xCloud streaming service, you would go to the browser. Is that right? The Safari browser?
And if you don't have an app in the store, you would today go to the browser. That's correct.
Okay. And is that how it's accessed on PC too? Yeah.
On PC, you can download the client, the PC Game Pass client,
okay.
Or you can go to the browser.
And so whether I asked the question just a bit ago about the native app or the web app. In both cases, you need an internet connection, and you agreed with me, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's true whether you're playing if you're playing the streaming service on an Xbox too, correct?
If you're playing the streaming service on an Xbox too, that's correct.
And same for Android and same for PC. It's not unique to Apple, in other words.
Any game delivered over the internet needs an internet connection.
Okay. And would you say that, would you agree that Microsoft is investing millions of dollars in xCloud?
Yes.
Microsoft plans to continue doing so?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a number of major companies who are also investing in streaming services, correct?
That's correct.
Google is, correct?
Yes, although, yes.
Amazon is, correct? Okay. And are you aware of a service from NVIDIA called GeForce Now?
Yes.
And they are also investing, correct? And none of these services need to be on the App Store for users to enjoy them, correct?
I think I certainly know that there were attempts by those to get into the App Store, but they do not for different reasons. NVIDIA is focused on a different device form factor, and Amazon, I think, saw what was happening and built a web app.
Okay. Let's switch gears and talk about the console business for a second, Microsoft's console business. I think you mentioned you're generally aware of the console business. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand, then, that the only way to digitally download a game on the Xbox platform is through the Microsoft Store, correct? The Xbox Store?
Correct.
Right. And the only way you can do an in-app purchase is through the Xbox Store, correct?
Correct.
And Microsoft does not allow users to directly download games from a developer's website onto their Xbox machine, correct?
That's correct.
And have you heard any developer ever complain about this?
I would not be the one that would complain to this.
But you haven't, right? Okay. And you don't think it's unfair for Microsoft to have this requirement?
It goes back to the earlier conversation of the subsidized the console. It's a closed ecosystem for a gaming device. So no, I don't in this scenario.
So the answer is no, you don't think it's unfair?
No.
You don't think it's an antitrust violation, right?
Again, yes, and also given the relative small number of consoles to phones.
So just so I can get a clear answer for the world, you don't believe it's an antitrust violation for Microsoft to have this rule, correct?
I'm not an antitrust expert.
Okay, so you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. And Microsoft does not allow third-party apps stores on the Microsoft Store either, right?
With the exception of EA Play.
Okay. And what about the Epic Games Store? Do you allow the Epic Games Store on the Xbox Store?
No.
Okay. And you think it's unfair for Microsoft to prohibit the Epic Games Store to be able to be on the Xbox?
No, because people's behavior on PC, the standard behavior is to go out to a URL and access other stores. And so there's no need to do that. It's very standard behavior for users to access it through other means.
Okay. So the answer is you don't think it's unfair?
No, I do not think it's unfair.
Okay. And you don't think it's an antitrust violation, do you?
Again, I'm not an antitrust expert.
Not sure. It could be?
Don't know.
Okay. And Microsoft, I think we covered this already, but you don't allow third-party streaming services on the platform either, right?
On which platform?
On the Xbox.
On the console or the PC?
Is there a PC version of the Xbox? I thought there was just an Xbox console.
Xbox is our master brand for all of our products and experiences. There's an Xbox console.
Okay, so for the console.
You want to say what was the question again?
Sure. And I actually should ask the question because I think in the prior testimony you often just said Xbox. And by saying Xbox, did you mean to include potentially an Xbox PC in those answers?
When we're speaking on Xbox, and I tried to narrow that directly to the console, and then the console, it would depend on the question.
Okay. So we'll keep that in mind. But so just for the Xbox console, you do not allow third-party streaming services on the platform, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Microsoft does not allow developers of Xbox games to use their own payment processing solution on the console, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never heard a developer complain about that, have you, ma'am?
Again, developers did not complain to me.
But you've never heard any complaints? You're the witness we have from Microsoft. And you're not aware of any Epic complaint to Microsoft about this requirement, are you?
Epic complaint to Microsoft about this? No, I'm not aware of it.
You're not aware of it?
No.
And do you think it's unfair for Microsoft to require developers to use Microsoft's commerce system through the Xbox console?
No, for the reasons I stated earlier, that we pay for the console. That is how our business model works in order for us to maintain any profitability.
It's anti-competitive for Microsoft to have this requirement on the Xbox?
I do not know based off my antitrust experience.
You're going to have to see for basic things.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, I think you testified earlier, and you just referenced it again, that it's okay for Microsoft to charge a 30% commission on Xbox because you don't make money on the console. Did I get that right?
Our model, I don't set our commission structures. There is a consideration that we have to fund the console in order to produce the experience that we do for gamers. And part of that commission goes to make it possible for us to build a console.
And so part of the justification for the 30% is that Microsoft doesn't make money on the console. I'm just understanding if that's your view.
My justification is it's required in order for us to be able to even build the console.
Okay. And so you agree, though, that the Xbox business, when you consider both the hardware and the software side, that is profitable. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you think that's the holistic way in which you have to look at it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true, then, that over the life of a particular, well, let me back up and lay some foundation. I think you pointed to what's in the courtroom here as is that the current iteration of the Xbox console?
Yes, that's our current Series X model.
Right, and that's Series X, and then before that was an Xbox One. Am I right about that?
We have another smaller version of that called a Series X, okay. And there's a 360 and Xbox One.
Okay, but those are successive generations of the Xbox. Am I right about that?
Correct.
Okay.
Except the X and S were the last generation that came out.
Got it.
Together, roughly.
The X and S are the current generation, two flavors, but there were the 360, the Xbox One, and the original console. Those are prior generations, correct? Okay, I just want to set that up because isn't it true that over the lifespan of a single generation of the hardware console, Microsoft ends up eventually making money on the console?
We don't make money on the console. We have a profitable business at the end. The console economics don't change. It just means the business becomes profitable.
But doesn't the cost of making the console drop over time such that over the life cycle of the particular generation, Microsoft makes money on the console itself?
No.
Okay. And how do you know that?
It's my understanding of how the business works.
In fact, you received the P&L for the Xbox business, right?
Yeah.
And you've looked at the P&L of the Xbox business, right?
Yeah.
And again, they're in your files, right?
Correct.
And if we have produced them, we could ask you about it and test your opinion on this, correct? Isn't that fair?
Sure.
Okay. And by the way, do you understand that Mr. Sweeney of Epic has also repeatedly used the line that the reason it's okay for the consoles to charge 30% or for Microsoft to do so is because they lose money on the console?
No.
You're not aware that he said that also?
No.
Okay. And do you have any idea of how he would know that?
I have not talked to Mr. Sweeney, so I don't know. No.
As far as you know, nobody shared the P&L with him, right?
No, I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. And that's right. And let's move on to another subject. You're familiar with Microsoft's 10 principles for the App Store, correct?
No. It was when I understand that it exists, but I'm not closely familiar with it now.
You remember looking at those rules at your deposition, though, right? And let's introduce, if we may, 5518. Hand you a binder in a second. That's right. Approach, Your Honor.
Yeah. Thank you.
you can tab over to 5518, that's right. And do you recognize this as a document that your company produced in this litigation?
I recognize it only because it was showed to me at the deposition.
Okay. And so you do recognize testifying about this document at the deposition?
I do.
Did you have any doubt that this is a document created by Microsoft?
No.
Okay. I'd like to move 5518 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Counsel.
Okay. And Ms. Wright,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Counsel for Microsoft, any objection?
Your Honor, I'm going to have a copy of this document. Could I please be provided with one?
What I showed is a redacted version.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, proceed. Admitted 5518 as redacted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if you could tab to the second page of this document. It's also on the screen in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize these as the 10 core principles as being from Microsoft?
On this document, I recognize that it is a document showed to me in the deposition, and I have no reason to believe it's not from Microsoft.
Okay. Microsoft console business, the Xbox business, does not abide by these very rules that Microsoft has proposed for the Windows business, correct?
I believe that would be true, yes.
Right. And if we could just look, for instance, at the first principle on here, and that principle says to, quote, not block competing app stores, end quote, so that developers, quote, have the freedom to choose, end quote, whether to distribute their apps through your store. That's principle number one. Did I distill that correctly?
If I'm reading it along with you.
Okay. Yes. Then we agree that the Microsoft App Store does not, that the Xbox store on the console does not abide by that rule, correct?
Yes.
Second principle is that we will not block an app based on a developer's business model or how it delivers content and services. And that's also not how Xbox works, correct?
I'm parsing these sentences with you for the first time. I don't know that it is about a developer's business model or how it delivers content and services being a deciding factor of what goes onto the Xbox console.
Well, you won't allow competing streaming services on the console, correct?
We don't today.
Okay. Is it fair to say that this is number two is not a policy that's been adopted for the Xbox store?
That's correct.
Okay.
To the extent that it's about business model or how it's delivering content or services.
In fact, you don't allow other streaming services on the Xbox, right?
That's correct.
Or streaming services, on this book as well.
That's correct. Yeah. But there's other types of content that doesn't get on there as well.
Right. And the third principle is not to block an app based on a developer's choice of which payment system to use for processing purchases made. Again, Microsoft does not comply, the Xbox console business does not comply with that principle either, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And while Microsoft reduced its commissions, speaking of commissions, on the Windows Store to 12%, I think you testified, you have not done so for the Xbox console, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You can put that aside now. And I think you talked about earlier about users using different types of devices, either consoles, PC, or phones. And you agree that people who play games on iOS are also likely to play on a console, correct?
No. I think that the opposite is true. I think people who are playing on a console are likely to play on their phone, but given the size of the phone market and the relative small size of the console market, I don't believe it's true that people playing on a mobile are also playing on a console.
Okay, let me just make sure I'm asking this question clearly. So people who play on the iOS platform through the App Store are likely to also be playing on a console platform that might well be a Sony or could be an Xbox, correct?
No. There are 1.65 billion iOS devices. The total console market is 150 million devices, so no.
You're on 97, 13 to 18.
Go ahead. You can read it.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's right. The question from your deposition was a question. So the people who play on, say, iOS's platform on the App Store are, in your mind, likely to also be playing on a console platform that might well be Sony, it might be as well Xbox. And the answer was correct. Okay, and let me move on.
I could just get 7 hours of testimony where, but yes,
stricken. We've said something inconsistent before. They're entitled to mention that in trial. And if someone wants to allow you to rehabilitate yourself, they will. Thank you. Christian.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Wright, the majority of people who play games on console platforms also play on mobile platforms, the other way around, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, people who play games on console platforms also play often on the PC, correct?
That is true. Yes, some portion of people play console and PC.
And so wouldn't you agree that developers have multiple avenues to reach these consumers, multiple platforms?
Yes, but there was a caveat in the numbers, just this year numbers we talked about earlier. 95% of people on mobile versus the relative size of PC and console gamers.
And developers have the option to reach all of those people, correct?
They might if they can't get into the App Store on mobile.
But you testified earlier that they can, in fact, get on iPhones through the web Safari browser, correct?
You can, the majority don't. So that 90+% get to the App Store.
But going back to what your testimony was, that the folks who are on iOS are also playing on other devices such as yours, correct? That was what we just read?
Can you repeat the question?
I'll move on, it's fine. So I want to get back to your testimony about competition.
Mm-hmm.
You had testified that you made some broad comments about competition as Microsoft sees it, right? And it was also your testimony that you don't look at certain segments of the market as being competitors, right?
Sure.
And before we get into that, I think you talked about AAA games as something that you feature on the Xbox. Is that right?
That's correct.
And AAA, would you include Fortnite as a AAA game?
I think varying definitions of what a AAA game is. I think Fortnite started as an independent game that grew into what is arguably a AAA game. So, yes, you can buy, but there's differing standards. So, yes,
and
AAA game.
And Fortnite is also available on mobile devices, correct, ma'am?
A version of Fortnite has been written for mobile devices, yes.
You said repeatedly earlier in your testimony about versions that are written for different platforms. I mean, you would agree with me to introduce a game on different platforms, they have to be separately written for the different platforms, correct? I mean, they have to separately be coded for the specific platform.
Yes, and the reason why I keep making an emphasis on that is because it's often believed, well, it's easy, just move that game over to iOS. It's not like that. It's asking Steven Spielberg to go reshoot Jurassic Park so it will run on iOS. It's a different effort, and it's a different version of a game.
Okay. I'm not interested in any of those things or Steven Spielberg. I'm just asking not the backstory to it, but it's just a fact of life that an engineer has to separately program a particular game for each different platform, correct?
That is correct, and it is no small effort.
Right. It's not a small effort, but you were drawing a distinction this morning about how the game has to be separately engineered for Xbox versus iOS as a distinction between the two products. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But that's true whether it's for the Xbox or the Sony PlayStation or Nintendo or Android, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So that's just you have to port it to the different platforms.
No, it's not just a porting exercise. There's a rebuild of some of these games, and it just won't run. You can't just port Halo onto iOS.
Understood. But you have to engineer it for the platform. That's all I'm trying to get at here. Okay. And so when I say that the game is available for the user on these different platforms, the game is the same. For instance, Fortnite is the same for an iOS user versus an Android user versus an Xbox or a Sony PlayStation, correct?
There are differences in the way that it shows up, how the game plays. There are differences.
Okay. Would you defer to Mr. Sweeney's testimony on that over yours?
No, I think he would certainly be able to testify on Fortnite. I'm making more generalities about other games in the category aside from Fortnite.
Sure, and there are plenty of other games in addition to Fortnite where users on a particular platform, like a mobile device, will play against a user on your Xbox, correct?
Correct.
Is there any doubt in your mind that that's true?
No, I was processing the question.
Okay. And there are a lot of games like that, right?
Where you are doing cross-platform play from a console to iOS, is that your question?
Sure. Let's start there.
There's some games like that.
Okay. And there are other games where there may not be cross-platform play, but the same title is offered on the different platforms, correct?
In many cases, it's a different title. It's the same brand, but it's titled differently. For instance, we have to write a mobile version. Forza is one of our console versions. We have to go write a mobile-friendly version by which we rename it Forza Street so it can run on iOS.
And you made that point that it has to be separately engineered, but the game is available on iOS, right?
A different game that uses that franchise brand is available on iOS.
So it's a different game, but with the same title.
A different game, oftentimes with a different title that ties into the master franchise brand.
Okay. Is that part of the marketing campaign, is to not have the same title for the same game even though it feels like the same game?
No, many times they're different games. They feel different. They operate different. They're just leveraging the marketing brand of that, but it is a different version of the game that is written to run on iOS or on mobile platforms or any mobile platform.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could turn back to DX, it's in the black binder there, 5523, that you testified with Ethics Counsel. You recall testifying earlier today to this document, Ms. Wright?
Yes.
And I guess I will be mindful of the confidentiality. I don't think it'll be an issue. This
have a copy?
Yes, Your Honor. This has been admitted previously.
Okay. And this is called Game Industry Profit is the name of this deck, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this is a Microsoft document that you testified about that your gaming division made, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about several slides on this deck, correct?
Correct.
And let's turn to slide 11, which is 5523.011. And in this slide where you're talking about the gaming industry, you have a whole column here for mobile, right?
That's correct.
So this is an example of Microsoft looking at the mobile space and evaluating the gaming industry?
Correct.
Okay. And I won't belabor this point, but the evaluation of the mobile segment is all over this slide, correct, ma'am?
Yes, it's the mobile on this one.
So in fact,
in the deck or this particular slide?
I'm sorry, in the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, so at least in this example, Microsoft was looking very closely at mobile in evaluating its console business, correct?
No, I don't think that's a fair statement. I think we were looking at mobile as a segment of the games industry as a whole. It wasn't about evaluating our console business per se.
But mobile is a factor and is a major consideration in how you're evaluating your console business, right?
No, that's not correct. Mobile is a big portion of where games in the industry are played, and so you must look at the mobile market or look at the industry overall. So it was not used in relation to how we think about our console business.
Okay. And so I'm kind of confused by that question, but I'll just skip it and just say you would agree with me that starting on page 9, you have 10, 11, 12, 13, and so on. There's a discussion of the mobile business in talking about the gaming business in which Microsoft operates, correct?
The gaming business, that's right. Yes, as we talked about earlier, that, mobile operates differently today, but it's a vast part of the overall gaming industry that has to be considered in the industry analysis.
Okay, thank you. And I want to introduce a document we have. Your Honor, this is...
You need to stay by the mic, sir.
Yes, sorry, Your Honor. Okay, well, Your Honor, this is an exhibit that has not yet been marked. Do we have a sticker?
Okay, I think, I don't know what the last in order is off the top of my head. Hold on.
Okay, I understand, Your Honor, and we can get the number, that there was a stipulation that Microsoft provided to authenticate an established business record foundation that was submitted, and that this is part of that submission. I apologize that we don't have the number, but this is a reaction to what happened in direct examination.
I'm looking at 5536 is next in order.
Okay, and I misspoke, Your Honor. I understand that this is actually 5363. It has been marked as an exhibit. I just don't have a sticker on it.
That's fine.
Okay. And
if you'll hand it to Ms. Stone. 55363.
And I'm just for the record, I apologize. The number is 5363, and the reason it is not stamped, I'm told, is that it came in as a native document.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I don't have the copy. I can show it to you right now. It's 563. I need to present it. Partially 63. I don't know if I only have 2 copies. And stand here with me. Ms. Wright, have you had a chance to look at Exhibit 5363?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Where would I then find 5363?
Your Honor, counsel doesn't have a copy for me. Can you give me 1 second to try to see if we have one?
It's on the exhibit list, Your Honor. And I apologize for this, Your Honor. This came up as a result of a direct examination. We made as many copies as we could. We'll run short.
Take this one. Let's keep going. Ms. Stone, you can give them mine. I'll get one later. Ms. Stone. Let him use it. We have about 150 binders in here, not a single copy, extra copy.
I apologize for that, Your Honor. I think we won't be long with this document. Ms. Wright, have you seen this document before?
No, it's dated 2011. 10 years ago.
So it was before you took the role as head of Xbox, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You see that the title of the document is Xbox Live Marketplace Future Strategy?
I do, but again, this is a 10-year-old document.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Let's turn to slide 18. And you see there that the slide 18 is titled On the Whole, Technology Trends Point, Expanding Options for Delivery of High-Quality Games.
Yes, I do.
And you see that in the various categories of games that are listed there, listed even as early as 2011 as console and PC games is one category, correct, ma'am?
That's correct.
And then the next category there is mobile games.
That's correct.
And then the next category is streaming games.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, let's move to page 32. Am I right in reading the heading on page 32 is over the next 3 years, mobile and handheld will lead the growth in gaming devices?
That's what the headline says, yes.
So would you agree with me that as early as 10 years ago, Microsoft was viewing the mobile space as a potential competitor in gaming? Subject to the formula.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it talks about handheld, right? So a Switch can be a handheld, it's a gaming device. There's all sorts of other form factors. When it talks about mobile, yeah, so I think in the title it's saying that, I'm just reading it as we go, that there will be a growth in mobile, and you can play games on them, yeah.
So you agree with me that Microsoft was looking at this as early as 10 years ago, meaning looking at the mobile side of the gaming business?
I agree with that, but to the point that you can play games on mobile, right? That was
the question was, ma'am, your testimony earlier today is that Microsoft does not look at mobile in evaluating competition in the games business. My question is simply to you, do you agree with me that this slide references mobile as a competitor in the gaming space?
My testimony was that people play on multiple devices, right? Mobile being one of them, mobile the most prevalent device. In any industry analysis, mobile would have to be part of the consideration. So yes, 10 years ago, were we looking at mobile market share? I think that's absolutely fair statement.
And you still are, right now?
Of course.
Okay.
Every industry report would.
Sorry.
Every industry report would.
Let's look at one more slide, slide 37. You see on slide 37, it has again the title, "The Availability and Popularity of Games on App Stores is Driving Consumer Wireless Game Adoption." Did I read that right?
You did read it right.
Right, and there's some graphs, and there's a little Apple icon for one of the graphs, and there's a Microsoft icon right next to it, isn't there, ma'am?
I think it was talking at the same time. Yes, I see that.
And this was 10 years ago again. I hate to belabor it.
Yes.
Right. And so Microsoft, as early as 10 years ago, was in fact looking at app stores on mobile devices as competition for the games market.
We have games in the App Store today. Of course, we would look at the App Store. When I talk about competition, though, it is not that either-or scenario. You're not playing one at the expense of another.
Okay. If we can then turn to another exhibit, and I hate that this is another one, Your Honor, that we only have 3 copies. I apologize.
Give it to the opposing counsel. Can you give me a number?
Yes, Your Honor. It's 5532. And if I can approach.
Yeah. So the same stipulation that this is an authentic business record?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, I do not have a copy.
I'm sorry?
I'm just saying I do not have a copy of the document, so.
Oh. Yes.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay, you now do, for the record.
By the way, I think I forgot to move 5363 in. Can I move that into evidence now, Your Honor?
You can move. Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
And Ms. Wright, have you had a chance to look at 5532?
I have not.
Okay. You have not?
I have not looked at any of I haven't looked at it.
Do you recognize what it is?
It's a 10K.
For what year?
Looks like it is.
Right at the top there, it says June 30, 2020.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you recognize this as Microsoft Corporation's 10K?
Yes, I do.
From just about a year ago?
Yes, I do.
And that's the company you work for?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you turn to page 11 of this document, please, ma'am? Bottom of 11 is going to come up on the screen. Hopefully we'll blow it up. You see the heading that says competition?
Mm-hmm. I do. Yes.
Let me read that and you can tell me if I did it correctly. quote, Windows faces competition from various software products and from alternative platforms and devices, mainly from Apple and Google. We believe Windows competes effectively by giving customers choice, value, flexibility, security, an easy-to-use interface and compatibility with a broad range of hardware and software applications, including those that enable productivity. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, this is not a gaming statement. This is a Windows.
Was not my question, ma'am. Did I read that accurately?
I believe so.
Do you agree with that statement?
Which statement?
The one that I just read.
Do I agree with it?
Yes.
I don't. Sure. I mean, it says.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's turn the page. At the bottom, the number and the control number is 5532.012. Sorry, 0.011.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it is 12. You're on 11. I apologize. And if I can direct you to the second paragraph there. In fact, I'm just going to read it and you let me know if I've read it correctly. This is from the second paragraph of the 10K on page 12. Xbox Live and our cloud gaming services face competition from various online gaming ecosystems and game streaming services, including those operated by Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Tencent. We also compete with other providers of entertainment services such as Netflix and Hulu. Did I read that correctly, ma'am?
You did.
And do you disagree with that statement?
No, I don't disagree with it. No.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Just almost finished here.
The one thing I would like to make sure is understood is there's detail in this around game streaming services.
Again, it's not the way this works. You don't get to just talk. You have to answer his question.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're familiar with Minecraft, Ms. Wright?
I am.
And Minecraft is a Microsoft game, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it's supported on Xbox One?
I believe so.
And it's supported on your most recent generation here?
Yes.
Okay. And Minecraft has its own in-game currency, correct? Minecoins? Is that right?
Yes.
Sorry, I need an audible answer. And Minecoins are available for purchase on both the Microsoft Store for the Xbox and also on the App Store for iOS, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they can be used interchangeably on both platforms?
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know whether the Minecraft game?
I don't know if the coins transfer across platforms now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wright. I'm finished.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Wright. I'm going to ask you some questions about the testimony you just gave. Does Microsoft believe users buy an Xbox console to listen to music?
No.
Does Microsoft believe users buy an Xbox console to watch Netflix videos?
No.
Why does Microsoft believe users buy an Xbox console? At the beginning of Apple's counsel's questioning, he asked you about some deposition testimony relating to net revenues associated with Epic.
Yes.
And you said there was confusion about that, and at that time, given the way this process works, you are now allowed to explain the confusion. Can you explain to me what the confusion was?
Sure. It wasn't very clear in the deposition transcript what we were talking about, and we were sort of going back and forth between gross and net. And today it was stated that the opposite is not exactly correct, which is there's about and again, I don't know if we talk about this publicly?
Again, Your Honor, we've been to our objection to this being spoken about outside of the seal courtroom.
Without revealing the...
I'm not feeling in the courtroom, and if she needs me to seal it, to say something that she hasn't already said in the public domain, then she can let me know.
Yes, my testimony is that it's the 70-30 shares that you would imagine. And the $600 to $700 million is not Microsoft's cut.
There was questioning about the difference between what Apple asked Microsoft to do with the native app of its xCloud game service versus what the way Microsoft designed it. Do you remember that question?
I do.
And you testified, but weren't able to finish, that what Apple asked you to do would fundamentally break down the product that you created. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
What did you mean by that?
That the core requirement to take every game and separate it out into an individual app, the easiest equivalent is asking Netflix to break out every single TV show or every single movie and run them as a separate streaming app. And so even if the other issues were able to be solved around our ability to publish third-party content similar to the way other streaming catalogs do, as well as the ability to stream it all, both of those issues were solved. But the core issue of needing to take and separate out every single game title is untenable, and it would fundamentally break the service. And it's not something we could reasonably do.
So, I want to understand this better. Netflix, I can use Netflix with the native app. Cool. And I can see lots of different movies, or TV shows or whatever. Right. So is it that you didn't want to use a subscription model because Netflix obviously is operating? You just didn't want to use that model?
No, we wanted to use the Netflix model. So we wanted to, just like Netflix, have a service called Game Pass and have a collection of subscriptions of games, just like movies and TV shows, would be in that service. But the fundamental issue was the policy it allows Netflix to do what Netflix does, but it would not allow us to do what Netflix does, and instead it required making a separate application for every game title that would have to be individually downloaded and put onto your phone.
Okay, so you wanted to charge a subscription service fee for the 3,000 titles you have, or some portion of that.
It's a curated set of 100 plus titles.
And that's what was not allowed.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
To continue the analogy, what would Netflix have to do if the policy that Apple applied to you were applied to it?
Netflix wouldn't exist today, because they would effectively not have a catalog of services that could be delivered on mobile. Every game or every movie and every TV show would be an individual application.
There's been a lot of testimony that xCloud is now available on iOS through Safari in beta, correct? Remember that testimony, General?
Correct.
To move that service, what platform or what mechanism would you have to go through to access xCloud?
You would have to go through a browser, and you would presumably go through the Safari browser. You would have to go out to Xbox.com, and you would have to decide to play the games there over the internet.
What percentage of users actually, what percentage of iOS users actually play video games on a browser? Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
Have you seen data that calculates the percentage of iOS users that play video games through a browser?
I have seen data that says that.
Hold on.
Yes.
The question was, have we seen data? So the answer is yes.
The answer is yes, but it's not data. It's a conclusive point that says people don't play video games on browser. They play over browser on PC.
And were those documents produced in this litigation?
It potentially is in the profit segment, but I'm not entirely certain.
Let me ask you some questions about that. Greg, do you have any knowledge whatsoever regarding what conversations took place between your lawyers at Microsoft and Apple's lawyers regarding what the scope of the Microsoft production would be?
No, I do not.
Do you have any knowledge of what conversations took place between Epic's lawyers and Microsoft's lawyers regarding what the scope of the Microsoft production would be?
I do not.
Do you know whether Microsoft gave Epic exactly the same documents that Microsoft gave Apple?
I have no idea.
Is it possible that someone may have searched your files at Microsoft without knowing it?
Sure.
Your IT department has access to your emails?
All of them, yes.
Your IT department has access to the PowerPoints that you serve on your shared drive?
Yes.
Do you know whether those documents were searchable and produced?
Yes, I do.
Were they?
Yes. My understanding is that there were documents searched for because they were shown to me and I did not give them to anyone.
Could pull back the black binder that you have, please?
There's two.
The first one that I gave you, not the one. No.
The big one or the little one?
The big one. If you could turn to tab DX5523, please. You have it?
I do.
Do you recall that Apple's lawyer asked you to put through this and asked you whether the word mobile appeared on several slides?
Yeah.
Does Microsoft sell games through the Apple App Store?
Yeah.
Is that a separate business from its Xbox console business?
Yeah.
Is it relevant to Microsoft that the profit that it makes in selling games through the App Store?
Yeah.
You have the 10K that Apple's counsel showed you?
I do.
You can turn to the paragraph that Apple's counsel asked you about on page 12, beginning Xbox Live.
Okay.
During the questioning by Apple's lawyer, we were beginning to explain how there were technical points about streaming here, but you weren't able to. Can you explain what the technical points about streaming in this paragraph are?
Yes, I was making this point around Xbox Live that game streaming services are very new. They're coming to market, and so there are competitors who are building their own game streaming services as well as their own subscription services. And so Amazon is building a game streaming service. Apple has its own arcade game service. And others are also along this list building their own services. So while this is a nascent category, this is just representing the fact that there are each one of these players, each one of these major companies have some sort of gaming interest or ambition.
Okay. Now, Apple makes smartphones in its iOS environment, right?
Correct.
Does Facebook have a smartphone?
No.
Does Apple have business lines other than iOS?
Yeah.
Does it make Mac OS, for example?
It does.
I'd like to read to you the sentence after the sentences that Apple's lawyer read to you.
Are we 5532 wasn't offered? No objection?
No objection.
All right, 5533 submitted. Now you can read it.
Okay. Read you the sentence that he didn't read. It reads, our gaming platform competes with console platforms from Nintendo and Sony.
Correct.
Does it say iOS?
It does not.
Put that aside. You were asked a series of questions about whether certain restrictions that Microsoft imposes on its Xbox business are fair. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Do those restrictions would be fair if Microsoft imposed them on its Windows business?
No, I don't.
And what's the difference between Microsoft's Windows business and Microsoft's Xbox business?
I think it goes back to how those devices are used and how many people they reach.
Is there a difference between those two systems in respect to whether they're an open system or a closed system?
I'm sorry, which system?
Comparing Windows to Xbox.
Yes. Xbox is closed, Windows is open.
And what is iOS?
iOS is closed.
No further questions, John.
All right, any recross limited to the scope of redirect?
Just a little bit, Your Honor. I want to just go back to the Netflix example that you were talking about. And so I understand it, for instance, Netflix is available on the Xbox console itself, correct?
Okay.
And Netflix streams movies and TV shows generally, correct?
Okay.
Right, and that's what Netflix does on the iPhone as well, right?
Okay.
And then for game streaming companies, they're streaming games that it could be a collection of a large number of games underneath the main service, correct?
Okay.
And that type of a service is not allowed on the Xbox, right?
That's correct.
So Microsoft itself draws a distinction between a game streaming service with a number of underlying games versus something like Netflix, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything on that question?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Wright? Thank you. Next witness. Your Honor, you can hand those back to the lawyer. Thank you, counsel.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. As it calls Mr. Andrew Grant to the stand, please.
Okay.
Andrew Grant.
You can just, you just leave it there, it's fine. Thank you.
You solemnly swear to testimony that the court in this case now the truth, the whole truth,
I do.
Please be seated, and then please hold my custody, and then please state your full name and address.
My full name is Andrew James Grant. My last name is spelled Grant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You want to proceed?
Mr. Grant, by whom are you employed?
Epic Games.
And what is your current position?
I'm an engineering fellow.
Okay, you're a little bit of a mumbling, so let's try to go through what, okay, try again. So you said a what?
An engineering fellow.
Okay, thank you.
For how long have you been in that position?
A few months.
What was your prior position with Epic?
I was a technical director in engineering.
And what are your current job responsibilities at Epic?
I provide engineering, leadership, management, oversight, support for projects at Epic.
Can you give some examples of the kinds of projects that you have worked on?
Yes, I was the engineering lead on Paragon, which is one of our first free-to-play games. One of our first free-to-play games.
I worked on anti-cheat technology for a while. I was the engineering lead on the ports of Fortnite to the mobile platforms. I have worked on various initiatives for virtual production in the media and TV industries. That would be a good selection.
And to whom do you currently report at Epic?
Kim Bailey, our CTO.
What is your professional background?
Prior to Epic, I worked at Lucasfilm for, I've been at Epic for 6 years. Prior to Epic, I was at Lucasfilm for 6 years. Before that, I worked at an Activision studio in the U.S. and then an Activision studio in LA, and then there's other developers going back to 1998.
And in any of those jobs, did your responsibilities relate at all to interacting with Apple?
For mobile development, yes. Interacting with Apple platforms and tools and SDKs would be a better description.
Okay. What is Epic's business?
Epic creates and distributes software, software we create and software other people create.
And does Epic create any things called apps?
Yes.
And is Epic, have you heard of the phrase developer?
I have, yes.
And a developer of apps?
We're a developer of apps, yes.
So is Epic in that business?
Yes, it is.
Is Epic the developer of any other kinds of software apart from apps?
Yes, we develop software libraries that developers can incorporate into their applications to provide additional functionality. Epic Online Services would be the best example of that. We provide Unreal Engine, which is both an application and a digital content creation tool. We have some similar tools such as Quixel and MetaHuman Creator. Sure, see if I can adjust it. So Quixel. Do you get MetaHuman Creator? Okay. MetaHuman, METAHUMAN, Creator. Both of those are apps, but they're also digital content creation tools. And then we have the Epic Game Store, which is an app, but also a distribution method for other developers.
Now, you mentioned something called Epic Online Services as one of the software tools. Is that right?
Yes.
Does that sometimes go by an acronym?
Yes, like EOS.
EOS? And let's talk for a moment about apps. In your current role at Epic, do you have any role in connection with the development of apps?
I do, yes.
Can you describe to the court, please, what an app is?
App is the short form word for application. It would describe a piece of software that you could download, put onto an operating system or platform, and it would provide additional functionality.
And you talked about something called an operating system and something called a platform. Let's take those one at a time. What is your definition of an operating system, sir?
An operating system is a piece of software that is on a device and will manage the hardware components of that device. It would be fair to say that most modern devices have an operating system.
And how about platform? What is your definition of platform?
Platform in the software sense, platform would be a piece of software that is designed to host content and experiences by developers or people who are not associated with the platform owner. It could be an OS or it might not be. iOS would be an example of an OS that's a platform. Facebook would be an example of just software that is a platform.
What type of devices
only mode.
Use apps?
Like games and things like Netflix apps, they're the narrower, the entertainment apps, which is probably the most common example today.
Okay. You said that Epic develops apps. What kinds of apps does Epic develop?
So we have game apps such as Battle Breaker.
We'll take the names of the game apps slowly for those who may not be familiar.
I haven't spelled them out. So we have some game apps such as Battle Breakers, Spy Jinx. We have Fortnite, which is it's a game, but it's also an entertainment and social experience. We have a social app called House Party. We have Unreal Engine, which is an application but also digital content creation tool, and similar to Quixel and Method that I mentioned earlier. We have the Epic Game Store, which is an app that distributes other apps. We have, those would be the main ones.
Have you heard of an app called Live Link Face?
I have, yes.
What is that?
Live Link Face would be one of our mobile apps that is designed to work in conjunction with Unreal Engine. It provides a means for people who work in the movie or TV industry to capture performances and view them in Unreal Engine. We have an additional app known as Unreal Remote that provides similar functionality. It is a mobile app, but it works in conjunction with Unreal Engine.
Is Live Link Face a game?
No.
Is Unreal Remote a game?
No.
Where is, are you familiar with the App Store?
I am.
Do you know one way or the other whether Live Link Face is available through the App Store?
Yes, it is.
And how about Unreal Remote? Is Unreal Remote available through the App Store?
It is, yes.
Now, you mentioned apps that utilize Unreal Engine, such as Live Link Face and Unreal Remote. Can you describe any gaming apps that utilize the Unreal Engine?
Yes, there's a large number of gaming apps. We could look at things like PUBG, Days Gone, Gears of War. So there would be hundreds.
And does Epic have any, let's try that, does the Unreal Engine support any non-game apps other than the two that you've mentioned already, which were Live Remote and Unreal Remote and Live Link Face?
Yes, developers who wish to have sophisticated real-time graphics will often rely on Unreal Engine to provide those, even though it may not be in a gaming context.
Do you know of any non-game apps that rely upon the Unreal Engine?
Yes, on desktop, there's a SimShaper that's used in new production. On mobile, there are a number of real estate apps such as Goldfields, Comstock Homes, Home by Me. There are some companies will use Unreal for apps they don't necessarily distribute. McLaren uses Unreal Engine and their showroom as part of their
McLaren?
As part of their car configuration for high-end sports cars. Themselves use Unreal Engine to build an AR experience for the Apple Park Visitor Center. So.
And just so that the record is clear, what was the McLaren app that you just described?
I believe it is called a car configurator. They have a PC version and then a mobile version that a salesperson can make changes with and see them reflected while they're presenting customers with different options.
And in terms of the phrase AR experience that you just mentioned, what does the acronym AR stand for?
It stands for augmented reality, which is a term people take to having a view on the world that people see, larger blurred by camera, and then overlaying computer-generated elements.
And does Epic, with regard to the apps that are made relying on Unreal Engine, does Epic have any arrangements with the developers of those apps?
It would just be our end-user license agreements that a developer would agree to when they download Unreal Engine.
And do you know one way or the other whether Epic is able to obtain compensation in connection with the distribution of apps made using the Unreal Engine?
Yes.
Let's go on now to some other terms that might help us here. Are you familiar with the term iOS?
I am, yes.
And what does the term iOS refer to?
iOS is Apple's operating system for mobile platforms. It would be an example of a piece of software that's both an OS and a platform.
And how about the term macOS? What does that refer to?
It would be Apple's operating system for Mac computers, also both an OS and a platform.
And the term Android, do you know what that refers to?
Yes.
What does it refer to?
It is Google's operating system for mobile devices.
And how about PCs?
PC would stand for personal computing. Personal computer. People will usually associate that with Microsoft Windows, but it would be accurate to say Mac as a PC.
And are you familiar with the term console?
Yes.
And do you have, can you name for the court some examples of some consoles?
Yes, PlayStation, both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, they would be the common platforms.
And does a PlayStation have an OS?
Yes.
Does the PlayStation OS have a particular name?
I think it's called PlayStation OS.
And does the Xbox have an OS?
Yes.
And does it have a particular name?
I would also just refer to it as Xbox OS.
Does the Nintendo have an OS?
Yes.
And does it have a particular name?
Switch OS is how I would refer to it.
And when you're using the term OS here, you're referring generally to operating system?
Yes.
How do these different types of platforms relate at all to app development?
So a user who wishes to develop an app will pick a platform. They will download the SDK for that platform, and then they will create the software using the tools that the SDK provides and incorporating what's known as APIs that the SDK makes available.
And what is an SDK?
SDK stands for Software Development Kit. It would be the items necessary to create an app for a platform that will have a selection of tools, it will have documentation, it will contain the means of accessing APIs.
And what's an API?
API stands for Application Programming Interface. It is effectively a command that you can make to a platform or OS to ask it to perform a task. A very simple example would be to play an audio file. Platforms have APIs, and you use their API to request that the OS plays an audio sound through the speakers that are attached to the device.
Okay, and we'll get back more to that in a moment. Do you know whether or not an app that is developed for iOS will run on the Android platform?
It will not, no.
Do you know whether or not an app that is developed for Android would run on the iOS platform?
No, it will not.
What implications, if any, does that have for an app developer who's trying to distribute apps to both Android and iOS users?
For an app developer who wishes to distribute to both users, they will have to redo and recreate some portion of the application. Usually around the portions that use the APIs for one platform, they will have to rewrite that for another platform.
Okay. And what is involved, if you can describe the process in an app being written for different platforms?
You'll identify the portions of the application that use APIs for one platform, and then you will have a developer recreate that using APIs for another platform.
Are there any time or monetary costs involved in that effort?
Yes, depending on the complexity of the app, it can be quite significant. It would be unusual for an application to have multiple developers who purely work on a specific version for a specific platform. It's both an upfront cost to get the application to work on the additional platforms, and then it's an ongoing consideration. Every feature that you add that relies on APIs will have to be recreated or modified to work on other platforms.
Is there a term for the cost of writing apps for multiple platforms?
Porting or cross-platform development would be the most common ones.
Right. Now, you mentioned that we talked about a number of platforms earlier, including iOS, macOS, Android, PC, Windows, consoles. Does Epic write apps for each of these platforms?
Yes, we do.
Why?
All of the platforms you listed, they are only available to a subset of users who might wish to make apps available to. So, for example, on PC, we have a version of Unreal Engine, and that's great for users who have a PC. But if we wish it to be available to Mac users, we have to rewrite the portions of Unreal Engine that use platform APIs for Mac. It's the only way we can access 100% of that, or we have the option of accessing 100% of that market. And that applies for game consoles, mobile devices, and personal computers.
Mr. Grant, can you tell me what percentage has to be rewritten? One would think that the core of it, that, the actual graphics and everything for the game and how the game works and all of those instructions is the same if it's the same game. And what we're talking about is are the portions of it that have to access these various operating systems, right? Or no?
Yes. People usually think about an application as having both business logic and then interface components. So something like the business logic of a game that evaluates like wind conditions, the code that simulates gravity, that would work on all platforms. When you look at how a program interfaces with the user, perhaps a method of input, playing audio, notification, those tend to be very platform specific.
Okay, so what is the relative percentage in terms of coding?
It would really vary. It varies greatly based on the application. It's not unusual for applications such as Slack to have entirely separate apps for those platforms because they have such a reliance on something like the user interface APIs. Similarly, for a game, the overlap is reduced because we need to render, we need to draw the picture, and we just use the different APIs for drawing the picture and drawing the sound. So.
And are there, of all these platforms, the interfaces, if the business logic is basically the same, the interfaces with all these various platforms, are some easier than others?
Some things are easier than others for certain APIs. For example, Xbox and PC, they have a common API for drawing graphics and for playing sound. Mac OS and iOS are native APIs are virtually identical for audio, for file systems, so you wouldn't have to recreate between those two platforms.
Okay, but are any of them kind of easier to access than others? Just in the industry, does some have a reputation for being,
difficult? Yes, some do, for sure, yes.
And which are those? Which are easier, which are harder?
Linux platforms have a reputation for being difficult. On that, it's fairly on par. Some people definitely have their preference, how certain things may be expressed, and sometimes things just click. They use the developer more than other contexts, but it would be hard to describe them as being substantially more difficult than others.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Glenn, a moment ago you mentioned that there is some overlap between iOS and Mac OS. Can you describe that further for us?
Yes, many of the APIs on those platforms are identical, both in terms of availability and functionality. Of all the platforms we talked about, there it would be reasonable for the developer to expect not just the business logic to function, but also many of the APIs used for communicating with devices. In more recent versions of the Apple SDKs, it's even been possible to simply pick a box and have an application that will work on with iOS and Mac OS. And more modern Mac hardware, even that is not necessary. The latest Macs can quite happily run many iOS applications with more additional work or even changes to the code of the application.
Are you familiar with something called Xcode Integrated Development Environment?
I am, yes.
And does that sometimes go by an acronym?
IDE.
IDE?
IDE, yes.
And if somebody else refers to Xcode, are they referring to the whole Xcode Integrated Development Environment or something else?
Typically, yes. Xcode will be an application. It will provide access to other tools, either because they're built into Xcode or you can launch them from a menu in Xcode.
And what is the Xcode Integrated Development Environment?
It is Apple's primary application for authoring source code and to compile and test it and run it on their devices.
Is there any relationship between Xcode and iOS?
Yeah.
What is it?
Xcode would be Xcode would be the primary method of the developer who wishes to create an app for iOS.
And is there any relationship between Xcode and macOS?
Yes, it would be the same. It would be the primary application to develop an app for macOS.
We talked a little while ago about APIs. Do operating systems have APIs?
Yes, they do.
Are you familiar with the term public APIs?
I am, yes.
What is a public API?
A public API is an API that the creator of an operating system or platform exposes and wishes a developer to call. It will be documented, listed. It is something that they intend somebody to use.
When you say somebody to use, who is the somebody?
A developer working on the platform.
And when you use the phrase to call, what are you referring to?
To add the necessary steps in your program to use the API to reference it, to instruct it to perform a certain operation, again, like playing a piece of audio.
So if a developer wanted to instruct within an app that there would be a moment that audio got played, the developer could then call on the API. Is that correct?
Exactly, yeah.
Would that involve writing some source code that then pulled in or called on that API?
Yes, you could write a line of source code that called the API, depending on what parameters or information the AI took. You might have to have a couple of additional lines that prepared a piece of data in a certain way, and then you pass that data to the API in the call.
Okay, and you've mentioned the phrase source code. What does that phrase mean?
Source code is the human-readable instructions that somebody would write to form the basis of a computer application.
And we'll come back to that in a moment, but let's talk about the phrase private API. Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am, yeah.
What does a private API mean?
It is an API that is part of a platform or operating system, but the provider of the platform does not wish developers to use it. They will not document it. They will not call. They will not make reference to it. But the nature of software just means that they are discoverable, and people on the internet will discover and document them.
And is it the case that? Well, let me strike that. Are you generally familiar with the types of APIs that are associated with iOS?
There's a very large set, but I'm familiar with many of them now.
All right. Are you generally familiar with the APIs associated with macOS?
Yes.
Does iOS have an API that is associated in any way with payment processing?
It does.
Does it have a name?
StoreKit would be the one that I'm familiar with.
And does the Mac OS have an API that is associated in any way with payment processing?
Yes, it also has StoreKit.
Is it the same StoreKit?
It is the same set of APIs, and to my knowledge, they're identical.
Are there certain situations in which developers are required to use StoreKit on iOS or Mac OS?
Yes.
Why don't you describe it first for iOS? Are there situations in which a developer is required to use StoreKit on iOS?
Yes, if your application involves the purchase of digital products or services, such as an audiobook, a comic book, tokens in a game, then apps are required that you use StoreKit to perform the payment processing functions.
Is that a requirement to the best of your understanding?
Yes.
Let's talk now about Mac OS. Are developers required to use StoreKit on Mac OS?
They are not, no.
Are developers allowed to have an API, to call on the StoreKit API in a Mac OS app?
Yes, if you decide to distribute your Mac app through the Mac App Store, you're free to use StoreKit. And in fact, in that situation, developers are also required to use StoreKit for the same class of digital purchases.
Are you aware of any technical reason why StoreKit would be required for an app written on iOS?
No, there's no technical reason.
Okay. I'm sorry. Finish off this line. It's time for the break, but I want you to finish.
Okay. Actually, Your Honor, this is a good stopping point if you'd like to stop here.
I thought it might be, but I interrupted you. So are you sure?
All right. Well, let me just make sure that I got a clear question. Are you aware of any technical reason why StoreKit would be necessary for iOS?
No, there's no technical reason.
Is there any? Well, I think that is a good place to stop, Your Honor.
Okay. We will stand in recess for 40 minutes. We'll be back at 1:15. You may sit down. Thank you.
Is it up there or over there? No, all the members here. I have only got hearing tonight. Sure. No, you're okay. It's okay.
We are back on the record. The record will reflect that the parties are present. And Mr. Grant, please on the stand. I'll remind you you're still under oath, sir. Now, I have some of my staff listening in on the phone lines. And we're going to try to make sure you weren't as clear as we'd like you to be. So let's take a couple questions, Mr. Forrest, as you continue your directing. We'll see if that seems to work better.
Okay, let's try this. All right, Mr. Grant, does Epic distribute apps on Mac OS?
Yes, we do.
How?
We distribute them via the Epic Game Store, and the Epic Game Store we distribute via our website.
And what payment processing API does Epic use for its Mac OS apps that are distributed in that manner?
We use our own APIs. We call them Epic Direct Pay.
Has Epic, to your understanding, completed financial transactions using that payment processing system?
Yes, many of them.
Are you aware?
Yes, many of them.
Are you aware of any security issues with Epic's payment processing solution for those apps that Epic has written for Mac OS?
Nor with any platform.
How do developers, well, we talked earlier about Epic Online Services that goes by the acronym EOS. How do developers acquire EOS?
They would go to our website and they would download it.
Do developers pay for EOS?
No, they do not.
We've talked also a little bit about Unreal Engine. How do developers acquire Unreal Engine?
They would download Unreal through the Epic Game Store.
Do developers pay for Unreal Engine?
They don't pay to access it, but if they choose to monetize their creations, then we ask that they pay. The default agreement is 5% once they reach $1 million in revenue.
Okay. And what platforms does the Unreal Engine support?
Android, iOS, PC, Microsoft Windows, Mac OS, PlayStation, Sony PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, Magic Leap, HoloLens. There's a very large number of platforms.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term cross-platform?
Yes.
What does the term cross-platform mean?
It would describe something that is available on more than one platform.
Does Epic create any cross-platform specific features for the Unreal Engine?
Yes, we do.
And can you describe them, please?
Yes, it could be simple features such as the ability to draw graphics, to play audio. For platforms that have more advanced capabilities such as AR, we will have cross-platform ways of doing AR on multiple platforms that should be able to support that.
And does Epic create any cross-platform features for iOS?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
Yes, it would be the one I listed, the ability to play audio, the ability to do AR, to open files, to read files, to write files, to draw graphics.
Let's talk for a moment about the process of writing an app. And, Your Honor, are the questions going all right in terms of being able to hear the witness?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Do you think it's better if I keep it lower but inside the mask or outside? How does that sound? Okay.
All right, let's talk for a moment about the process of writing an app. And you'd mentioned something earlier called human readable code. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Can you remind us what human readable code is?
It would be code that somebody familiar with the English language could look at and make out to some degree what was involved. Certain clauses such as if, else, while would be recognizable.
So there'd be certain, say, English language words in a piece of source code that was written by somebody speaking the English language. Is that right?
Exactly, yes.
And that would be the form of human readable code?
It would be, yes.
All right. Are there any steps that have to be taken before code that is in human readable form can be processed by an operating system?
Yes, it would have to be translated into a form that the processor for the operating system recognizes. it's using referred as compilation, and it takes the human readable version and crunches it down into an optimized form for the processor.
You called it compilation.
Yes.
Does the word compiled mean anything in that regard?
That would be, yes, that would be a similar term.
So when human readable code is compiled, is there then a different word for that code at that point in time?
It would be machine optimized, machine language.
Is the phrase machine readable code sometimes used?
That would be perfectly reasonable way to refer to it, yes.
What does a developer need in order to write an app?
So to write an app, you would need a means of authoring the human readable code. It could be an IDE such as Xcode, or it could be another text editor. You really are just typing statements into a text file. You would need a compiler that would turn your human readable code into a machine optimized version. You would need a way to put the piece of code that you generate on a device to execute it. At that point, you kind of have everything you need to create an app. If your app is complicated or exhibits problems, you would use a debugger that allows you to examine the behavior of the app as it's executing and to try and troubleshoot any issues you're seeing. If you desired, you could use what's known as a profiler to look at the performance of your app and see how it might be improved, or to investigate any poor performance you're observing.
Now, you've mentioned a number of different things involved in a developer writing an app. Is there any relationship between those things and the word tool?
Yeah, generally you refer to things like a debugger, a compiler, a profiler as tools that were specific to a platform, the platform-specific tools for Nintendo Switch, for example.
You talked a little bit earlier about APIs. Approximately how many APIs are generally associated with an OS as an order of magnitude?
Tens to hundreds of thousands would be a common number.
Okay. And you mentioned that iOS is an operating system.
Yeah.
And I take it iOS has APIs?
It does, yeah.
Does iOS have an SDK?
Yeah.
Do developers use the iOS SDK at all in connection with writing apps for iOS?
They do.
And how do developers receive information about what APIs are available for an app that they want to write to iOS?
Your Honor, objection, just the foundation to other developers.
I'm sorry about that. Let me reword that. How do the Epic developers, how about you? Let's just take you. Let me reword this all together once again, like everything I've said in this question. Mr. Grant, how do you receive information about the APIs that are available for writing an app for iOS?
The SDK, the software development kit, will come with documentation that lists the APIs available. They may have an index where you can put in a keyword search, such as camera. They may have sections or categories that are devoted to certain types of APIs. That would be my first port of call to search for an API that I needed based on the context. The documentation may be online, it may be in the SDK. Some platforms you can simply perform a Google search to try and find information that people have written, such as articles or tutorials, that type of thing.
Okay. Is there typically a cost associated, in your experience, with the use of an API?
No, there's not.
Is there typically a cost, in your experience, associated with the use of an SDK?
No, there isn't.
Are you aware of any platform that charges more than a nominal cost for the use of an API or SDK?
I can't think of any platforms that even have a nominal cost.
Let's talk about a different area right now. Are you familiar with the term mobile phone?
Yeah.
What's a mobile phone?
It would be a telephone, it would be a device that you can take with you outside the house and expect to make and receive phone calls and perhaps SMS messages on it.
Are there different types of mobile phones?
Yes, there's two major categories. One would be a feature phone and one would be a smartphone.
Let's start with smartphone. How would you define a smartphone?
A smartphone would be a mobile phone that likely has a touch screen. It will have internet access available. It will have a web browser that you can put a common website address for searching to access the internet that way. It will have an app store that you can download and install additional apps to extend the functionality of your phone. I think those would be the main differentiating factors.
Do smartphones have operating systems?
They do, yes.
And can you describe or name to the court certain of the operating systems that are associated with smartphones?
iOS and Android would be the two I would pick.
Will an app that is written for iOS run on Android?
No, it will not.
Will an app written for Android work on iOS?
It will not, no.
Who makes Android to the best of your knowledge?
Google.
Are you familiar with the term OEM, that acronym?
Yes, I am.
What does that acronym stand for?
OEM stands for Original Equipment Manufacturer. It's a term used to refer to companies who produce physical hardware.
Can you list for the court some examples of OEM?
Yes, Google themselves would be an OEM. Samsung, Nokia, Microsoft, LG, HTC, OnePlus, Apple, an OEM.
And what types of devices? Let's just take is Apple an OEM?
I would describe them as an OEM for their own devices.
All right. Does Apple make any devices other than the one that runs on its iOS platform?
Mobile devices, no, but they have Macintosh and other pieces of hardware.
Does Apple manufacture telephone devices, for instance, for Android, to the best of your knowledge?
Not for Android, no.
And you've mentioned some OEMs. To the best of your knowledge, what platform or platforms do those OEMs work on?
Other than Apple, all the OEMs are listed produce hardware devices for Android.
Okay. You mentioned earlier, I think, the term PC in connection with PC Windows. What's a PC?
It stands for personal computer.
And in your job, do you work on software and products for personal computers?
I do, yes.
Are you aware of any functional differences between personal computers and smartphones?
Sure.
Can you please list them for the court, describe them for the court?
Yes, a smartphone would be compact, it would be portable, you'd be able to use it around the house freely or outside the house. There's no wires associated with either power or internet access. It would have a touch screen. The user may be expected to carry it with them throughout the day. Conversely, a PC would be located in the home. It would have power for internet, for wires. It would be attached to a screen. It would have a keyboard and mouse as the main input method. And we typically expect a user to sit at a PC for a period of time to perform a task.
What's the typical power source for a PC?
Just to be plugged into the wall.
Does Epic develop apps for PCs?
We do, yes.
Does Epic take into account any of the functionality differences that you have just mentioned when working on software for PCs and smartphones?
Yes, absolutely.
And can you describe in what way Epic would take that into account?
We would take into account the type of applications that a user would be interested in. It would be very different for a mobile phone and a PC. We would take into account the input method. On a mobile phone, the user is going to be using touch and touching the screen, which is less accurate than a keyboard and mouse. So on a PC, we can expect the user to have a keyboard and mouse and perform high precision tasks. PCs, because they are powered by the wall, there's really no concern about battery life. On a mobile phone, battery life. On a mobile phone, we would be conservative in how much processing power we use. We would want the user to be able to not only use an application through the day, but have enough battery life left to get them to the end of the day until they get home or we're able to charge it. Whereas with a PC, if we need to, we could use 100% of the processing power for extended periods of time.
And are you familiar with the application Fortnite?
I am, yes.
All right. Are some of these differences that you just described with regard to taking into account differences between PCs and mobile devices applicable to the writing of the application Fortnite?
Yes, those are all factors that we considered many times while creating versions of Fortnite for mobile platforms and for PC platforms.
Is the version of Fortnite that Epic has written for the PC the same or different from that written for the mobile device?
They share many common aspects of code, the business logic that I referred to earlier, but they have very distinct code, for example, to handle input on a mobile device. We will expect touch, so you have We spent a lot of time engineering our user interface that is specifically geared for touch. We spend a lot of attention on mobile devices for performance. It's very important that code is even more optimized than on a PC for the reasons of battery life.
All right. Now, have you played Fortnite on a PC?
I have, yes.
And have you played Fortnite on a smartphone?
Yes.
Are there any differences in your view as to how Fortnite performed on the PC platform versus the smartphone platform?
And I take it to Android or the web version of iOS or the app. I mean, can you?
Why don't I rephrase that, Your Honor? And we'll get into web apps in a moment, but I'm not going to rephrase it altogether. Have you had occasion to play Fortnite on iOS?
I have, yes.
And have you had occasion to play Fortnite on a personal computer?
Yes.
And in your view, are there any differences between how Fortnite performed on the mobile device version of a native app of iOS and a personal computer?
Yes. On a PC, we have a wide range of specifications, but a mid to high level PC, the graphic performance would be more fluid, it would be faster, the graphic quality would be higher, the resolution would be higher. The control method is keyboard and mouse, so it's a little more precise and a little more accurate. Audio quality would be better, particularly if the user has, or at home, for example, I have stereo and surround sound, so I look up surround sound compared to an iPad.
When you say you have surround sound, you mean with your PC?
Yes.
And you mean that in contrast to what you would have with your iOS device?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier, we talked very briefly about consoles. We talked about, I think, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo?
Yes, those are the ones I listed.
Are you familiar with the Nintendo Switch?
I am, yes.
I don't remember if you mentioned the word Switch or not, but is that a console?
I would describe it as a console, yes.
Okay. Can you describe what a console is?
Yeah, console is usually a shortened word for game console. It is a piece of hardware that is tailored specifically for games and entertainment. The manufacturers will make certain choices about how they tailor the specifications for those markets. It will be in the user's home, and the apps, while it will have apps, the apps will effectively be different types of games, or perhaps entertainment apps like Netflix or Hulu.
Have you ever heard of the phrase single-purpose device?
Yeah.
What do you understand that phrase to mean?
There's a device that has one single purpose. I think I would describe a game console as being a single purpose device for entertainment.
Now, you mentioned just a moment ago in your answer that developers can make certain kinds of choices with regard to writing for the console. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Can you please describe what kinds of choices might be involved by a developer when writing for a console?
So when writing for a console, the choices you make will be based on the level of fidelity, the performance the console can offer. It will have a controller for input, so that will guide the type of application you might create. The APIs on a console will be significantly lower than you'd find on an operating system. All of those will effectively act to limit the scope of application you might create. You could create a very good game or a video platform such as Netflix, but you wouldn't find yourself creating an application to answer email, for example, or to manage a to-do list.
Can you compare any differences or similarities between consoles and smartphones?
The similarities would be that they both have operating systems, they both have APIs, they're both platforms that developers can create software for. They will have internet access for the most part. Those will be the similarities.
And can you describe any differences between consoles and smartphones?
The differences, yes, consoles will be located in a house. They will have a power source. They will usually be interacting through a controller using thumbsticks and buttons. They will have the same characteristics as the PC, where you can reasonably utilize most of the performance or all of the performance with no concern around battery life. APIs and the features that OS provides are much more limited, so they will guide you towards a certain class of application.
All right, and you're talking, in those last answers, you were talking about consoles and distinguishing them from smartphones?
Yeah, the differences between a console and a smartphone.
All right, and you mentioned earlier that you're familiar with the Nintendo Switch. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you compare the Nintendo Switch to a smartphone in terms of any differences that you perceive as a developer?
So the screen size will be approximately the same as a smartphone, and it will be portable. You could expect the user to carry it with them, maybe not to the same degree as a mobile phone, but they could put it in their bag. Okay.
Why don't you start again? Start the answer again, if you could.
So the difference is, Nintendo Switch, it will be portable. It's certainly a phone, but slightly less portable. The user could take it with them, put it in a bag, perhaps in a pocket. It will not have internet access. It has Wi-Fi, but there's no cellular capability, so the user will not be able to do online gaming unless they're at a hotspot. The user will interact with it through a controller, thumbsticks and buttons again, which will guide the type of application you might choose to make for the Switch. And again, the API set is much more limited than you find on a smartphone. Again, it's all based around entertainment type applications where you're displaying video or a game and the user is interacting that way. Whereas the APIs that it has are not sufficient for creating a web browser, an email client, or a spreadsheet to do things like that.
All right. Are you familiar with the word tablet?
I am, yes.
And can you describe for the court what a tablet is?
I would describe a tablet as really a large smartphone. The difference might be you wouldn't be able to receive telephone calls on it, or it might be associated with a mobile phone. The screen might be slightly larger. It may or may not have cellular connectivity, but it's very similar to a smartphone, just in a larger form factor.
All right. And can you name some types of tablets?
Yes, Apple's iPad, Samsung Galaxy Tab, Kindle Fire, LG have a range of tablets. I don't recall the brand name now.
Are there any differences that you're aware of between tablets and consoles?
I would say the differences are very similar to the one that I listed for a smartphone in terms of tablets and smartphones having more general purpose APIs, more portability, consoles being in the single purpose entertainment side of things.
And can you compare any differences that you perceive between tablets and PCs?
It would be similar to the differences between a smartphone and a PC in terms of the type of application the developer might choose to make, the input methods a developer would expect the user to have, the ability to still use all resources and power in a PC.
And can you compare a tablet to a Nintendo Switch?
And I'd probably refer to my comparison of the Switch with a smartphone. Switch it's more portable. It does not have cellular connectivity. The user would be interacting with it using thumbsticks and joysticks. The APIs it has are much more limited, and again, it's intended to be a single-purpose device that entertains the user.
Have you played Fortnite on console?
I have, yeah.
And you said before that you have played Fortnite on an iOS device using a native application. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Can you compare the experience of playing Fortnite that you had on a console versus playing it on a iOS device off of a native application?
Yes, when I played on an iOS device, it was a much more portable experience. I was able to just play a couple of games, sometimes at work, sometimes just in the kitchen. When I played on a console, it was much more going and sitting down and playing for a period of time. The graphic fidelity would be higher. It had the benefit of surround sound audio. It would be wired to the wall for a powered internet, so the performance was higher in terms of graphic fidelity, and also the latency was lower for playing games.
Okay. And let's talk about web apps. Are you familiar with the term web app?
I am, yes.
And what's a web app?
A web app is an application that runs inside a web page or a web browser. It would be created using the same language and features that somebody would use to author a web page, but it would be done in a more sophisticated way that made it appear more application-like than a page that might just have content to read.
Right. And are you familiar with, you actually use the term native app. What is a native app?
A native app would be an application that's created using the SDK for the platform.
Can you describe to the court how a person would access an app that is a web app? Just walk through the various parts of that process.
Yes, you would likely start with a web browser. You would put the address of the application or use a search engine to find the address of the application. It would take you there. Once you have gone there once, you may add it to the bookmark that you go to in the future. But at that point, the application itself is served by a website. The browser executes the logic in the web app and presents it to you.
And you've mentioned the word browser. What's a browser?
Browser is the short word for web browser. It is an application that can fetch websites from the internet and display them to you.
Does browser have any relationship to software?
Yes, a browser would be a piece of software.
And when a user uses a web app, do they have to then go through the browser?
Yes, a web app will always be running in a web browser.
Are you familiar with something called WebKit?
I am, yes.
What is WebKit?
WebKit is Apple's set of libraries that they use to build the Safari browser on iOS and Mac.
And does the WebKit have a certain relationship to APIs?
It does. So WebKit itself will use APIs on the device to perform certain operations, and it will have its own set of APIs that it provides for web apps to access. They may have some overlapping functionality with the native APIs, but they will be a different set of APIs.
So WebKit has a set of APIs, is that right?
That's correct.
And a native app might be able to call on a potentially different set of APIs.
Yes, they would be different sets of APIs. They may have some similar functionality. You would expect a native app with an SDK to have access to a far wider range of APIs.
All right. And are there any APIs that you are familiar with that one can access in an iOS native environment that cannot be accessed through WebKit?
Yes. Access to things like push notifications, to Siri, to health data, advanced audio features, or even actually not advanced audio features, just certain audio features. ARKit would be another example. So those would be APIs that are available to native apps, but web apps have no matching access.
And did you mention, or are you familiar with something called PushKit?
Yeah, I think I mentioned push notifications. I don't recall if that's the term for the collection of APIs. So.
All right. What is a push notification?
A push notification is the ability of an application or the developer of an application to alert you to an event while the application itself is not running, or perhaps the phone is even not open and actively being used.
Is there any particular role that push notifications would play in connection with the development of an app?
Yes, for many classes of applications, they can be extremely important.
Why?
There are classes of applications that rely on you being alerted about a change within a reasonable amount of time that you wish to respond to. Examples might be an email client. If I receive an email from somebody, I would like to know about it. Instant messaging apps, for example, are heavily requiring push notifications. Sometimes it might be a convenience, like if you have used an online food ordering or ride-hailing app, you will get a notification telling you that the driver is on the way or the driver is approaching. So all the sorts of situations, apps benefit greatly from the ability to alert the user to something while the user may be doing something else on their phone or not using the phone at all.
And you mentioned ARKit, and I think earlier you said it was an augmented reality API. Is that right?
Set of APIs for augmented reality. Yeah.
All right. And are you aware of whether WebKit has any API that allows the developer to call on the augmented reality functionality for iOS?
No, it has no analogy to the native.
So WebKit does not have ARKit, is that right?
It does not have ARKit or any other means of creating AR applications.
And an app written for the native iOS environment does have ARKit.
Yes.
Do you have any understanding of the technical characteristics of Fortnite in terms of size and graphics capability?
I do, yes.
Can you describe those for the court?
So Fortnite is a game that we strive for a very high level of graphical quality. It's what users with devices really expect. So we require a modern API that's capable of drawing high-quality graphics. The graphics themselves require us to have storage available to store the assets that are displayed. So that's kind of the relationship. The higher the quality of graphics, the more storage we would like to have access to.
Okay, and when you say assets, what do you mean in that regard in your answer?
Things like the technical word would be textures, effectively pictures that we can display to the user. We put them into 3D space and move them around a little bit, but ultimately they are effectively images.
And approximately how much storage does Fortnite require when written for a console?
On a console, we require around about 27 gigabytes of space, which would be akin to a Blu-ray movie.
And how much storage does Fortnite require on iOS?
So on iOS, we have two categories that we look at. For older phones that may have been 2017 or before, we require about 5 gigabytes of space. Again, similar to a 2-hour movie that you might download. For newer devices, we go up to like 9 gigabytes because the users of those devices, they wish to see higher quality graphics, and that takes additional space.
And is there any reason why, as a developer for the iOS version of the Fortnite app, you could not make an app that had 27 gigabytes for iOS?
No, if we needed to make an app that was 27 gigabytes, I believe we could do that on iOS if the user's device had sufficient storage space available to us.
And what is the average storage space for an iOS device today, to the best of your understanding?
It would be a new device you purchase today. The minimum, I think, would be 64 gigabytes. So I would expect it would be more of 64 gigabytes.
And today, typically, do you have the ability on the App Store to put in an app that has 27 gigabytes of storage?
It's a little complicated. So the size of the app you can put on the App Store would be less than 27 gigabytes. But once the app is installed, you can download optional data for the user. So you could ship an app that was smaller, but when the user is using it, install additional data, texture quality, to go up to 27 gigabytes.
Does the size of an app have any implications for the size? The size of an app in terms of the storage capacity have any implications for its functionality as a web app?
Yes, very much.
Can you describe those for us, please?
Web apps have very little access to storage on a device. By default, the easy amount of storage a web app would have access to on an iOS device would be about 50 megabytes. So that would be 1% of what we use for an older iOS device and about 0.5% of what we'd ideally use for a modern iOS device. It is possible to access additional storage beyond that, but it requires certain APIs that are not performant and are problematic for games where performance is a factor. And some of those APIs are a little broken and problematic as well.
How does 50 megabytes of storage for the web app compare to 27 gigabytes for a console?
It is much, much smaller.
Do you have any order of magnitude? How much smaller?
It would be about 2 orders of magnitude smaller.
Is there any way in which one could have add-ons that could increase the ability of the 50 megabytes of cache storage up to 27 gigabytes?
There are additional APIs that I believe they cap out at just over a gigabyte. And to use those APIs for storing data, it's quite processor intensive. The data is stored in a very non-optimal format, and it requires the user to continually permit the application to use slightly increasing amounts of data at each step. So it would not be suitable for a game like Fortnite or any high-performance game that requires additional storage.
Now, you've used, I think, the word cache memory.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does the term cache memory mean?
It is a portion of memory that you accept may be temporary. You would not rely on it existing. It would be desirable that it does persist for as long as possible, but it may go away at any time, and you have to be prepared to handle that.
What's the relationship between cache memory and a browser?
So much of the memory that a browser would make available as a web app would be cache memory. It may be there and usable while the user is using a web app, but if the user were to go to a different web app or go to a different application, the OS would reclaim it and it would be gone.
So if in your experience, if a user utilizes a web app at one moment in time and uses, for instance, the 50 megabytes of cache memory, and then goes to a second web app that takes up 50 megabytes of cache memory, what happens?
The simple answer is we don't know. There's a lot of behavior in the OS that makes it very hard to predict these things. A user who splits between two web apps may still see the cache data present when they come back. Alternatively, it may be gone. It may be time related. The user could play a web app game or a web app that uses storage in the morning, and everything seems perfectly fine. And then later in the day, when they open it, the cache storage is gone, and the web app would have to re-download it and restore it.
And again, what is the, to the best of your experience, what is the limitation, if any, that a web app has in terms of access to an amount of cache memory?
It's down to 50 megabytes.
50 megabytes? We talked earlier about machine-readable code and how machine-readable code is translated into or compiled in terms of a native app. Can you describe if that process differs with regard to a web app?
It does differ, yes. The machine-readable code will effectively be provided to the web browser, and the web browser or components of the web browser will translate or interpret that code into a form that is close approximation of the machine-readable form. It's closer to what the process would ideally like, but less efficient than a version that's being compiled.
So for a native app, the human-readable code is compiled, but for a web app, the human-readable code, in order to become machine-readable code, has to be interpreted. Is that right?
Yes, and it's interpreted at runtime while the user is using it, so it has to be a fast process, but that the need for that speed reduces its efficiency.
All right, my next question, I think you've anticipated a piece of it, but let me ask it this way. Is there any significance in terms of the performance of a web app to the fact that the human-readable code has to be interpreted?
Yeah, because the human-readable code is interpreted as the web app runs, the version that's produced will be considerably less efficient than a compiler would do for a native app. The overhead of doing interpretation itself may include additional latency that results in the application performing less well.
You used the word latency. What does the word latency mean?
It would be the time between two events, between something starting and something stopping.
Does latency have any implications with regard to the performance of a web app?
Yes.
Can you please describe that?
I think latency has an implication for all applications. The more latency there is in operations and functions that the user is performing, the less appealing the app will be to users. They will perceive it as being slow and sluggish and cumbersome. Web apps are more prone to that because the process of interpreting the code has latency, and the code that is produced is less efficient, so it has higher latency to execute.
Let's take the example of a game. And let's take the example of, say, the Fortnite game, playing on a console and on the native OS of the console. Are you with me so far?
Maybe so far.
Okay. You've had opportunities to actually play Fortnite in its native form on a console, correct?
Yes.
And how does that performance on a console compare to the performance of Fortnite through a web app?
It would be significantly better.
It would be better on the console or on the web app?
It would be significantly better on the game console, yes.
Why?
The code that is being executed on the console will be native code. It will have gone through a compilation step that produces a very efficient version for the processor in the console. Additionally, because it's a game console, we can run those processors at 100% of their top speed with no concern about battery life.
Does Epic make a commercial version or any version of a web app for Fortnite?
We do not know.
Does Epic distribute any web app version for Fortnite?
No, we do not.
Why not?
It would be an incredible amount of work to create it, and we believe the results would just be frustrating, a very poor experience for users, and it would compare extremely badly to other native apps. It would be more, having a version of Fortnite would do more harm than good to the brand.
In your experience as a web developer, in your experiences as an app developer, are web apps substitutable for native apps?
This certainly can be for certain types of apps, yes.
And how about for a game that has the characteristics that you've described to the court, such as Fortnite? Is the web app substitutable for the native app?
No, the performance and storage space that Fortnite needs and the graphic fidelity make a web app completely unsuitable.
Have you heard of something called a progressive web app?
I have, yes.
And have you heard of that ever referred to with the acronym PWA?
Yes, I have.
And what is a progressive web app?
A progressive web app is really just a web app that tries to appear even more app-like. It may have some functionality for working offline. It may take advantage of features of the operating system to display itself as more like an application than a tab in a web browser. For example, it may be able to put an icon on the home screen rather than being launched via bookmark. It may be able to put an icon on the home screen of the device for the user to access it rather than having them first go to a web browser. But ultimately, it's still executed by a web browser. The performance characteristics would be identical. The limitations of APIs and storage would be identical. For all intents and purposes, it's just a web app that looks a little nicer and on the user's device.
Have you heard of streaming?
Yes.
And have you heard the phrase streaming app?
I have it.
What is a streaming app?
A streaming app would be an application where the content that your user is experiencing is delivered over the internet on that server.
And have you heard the term cloud gaming?
I have, yes.
Is there any relationship between cloud gaming and a streaming app?
Yes, all cloud gaming apps would be streaming apps. The additional factor would be that a cloud gaming app, when the user performs an action on a device such as touching the screen, that data will be sent back to the internet to the machine in the cloud, and the machine will then execute that interaction as if the user had done it themselves.
Are there any differences between native apps and streaming apps?
Yes.
Can you describe them, please?
Well, a native app will execute locally on a user's device. There will be no internet connection required for certain types of games. It will be very responsive because everything executes locally. Conversely, a streaming app will require an internet connection, probably quite a good quality internet connection. If you have a weak Wi-Fi signal, for example, the performance will appear to suffer, it will be less responsive. If you have a bad internet connection, the picture might break up and become muddy or hard to make out. Streaming apps, because they're running on a machine in a data center, they're occupying physical hardware, and usually there has to be some sort of fee associated with that. So you may have to join a membership program to have access to streaming apps. The nature of that relationship and the fact that those machines have to be even higher power than a typical web server means that there's often contention around access. So you may regularly find when you go to play a cloud gaming app that you have to wait in a queue or pay a fee to be as a premium member of the service.
And do these impacts have any strike that. Do these differences have any impact on gameplay for high graphic games?
Sure.
And can you describe those?
Yes, we talked about latency earlier. A game that is running a streaming app, in addition to just the process of the game creating the picture, that picture will have to be compressed. It will be sent over the internet. It will be decompressed on the user's device and displayed. So there's additional latency involved. If the user has a very good internet connection, it may not be particularly noticeable. It will still be there, but perhaps the user just did not observe it. But if the user does not have such a connection, if they have a bad Wi-Fi connection or sometimes even just a Wi-Fi connection versus a cable, the latency will add up and eventually become quite noticeable and unpleasant.
Are you familiar with any apps that have high graphics, or that are high graphic apps that are not gaming apps?
Yes.
And do these latency issues and other issues that you just mentioned have any implications for how those apps execute in a streaming app environment?
They would have exactly the same. Any application, whether it's a high performance graphic application or a low performance one, there will be time associated with taking that picture, compressing it, sending it to the user, decompressing it, and then having the user's response sent back to the server.
All right. And have you heard of the phrase single-player game?
Sure.
And do the latency issues that you just described for streaming apps apply to single-player games?
They definitely apply. They may be slightly more tolerable because the context of a single-player game is slightly different than a multiplayer game.
And is there do the differences that you've described with regard to streaming apps and native apps have any particular implications with regard to multiplayer games?
Yes, users, because multiplayer games have an element of competition, and both in terms of users wishing to perform well and users wishing to outsmart each other, latency is considered very problematic. High degrees of latency in multiplayer games are considered just bad.
Is Battle Royale part of Fortnite?
It is, yeah.
Is that a multiplayer game or a single-player game?
It's a multiplayer game.
Are you familiar with the term certificate in connection with app development?
Yes.
What is a certificate?
A certificate is a digital credential that can be used to authenticate the source, it can be used to authenticate that a piece of data came from a source.
And do certificates play any role in the distribution of an app?
Yes, they do.
Can you please describe that?
So when a developer uploads an app to Apple for distribution, they will use their certificate to sign it, and then Apple will use that signing information to verify that the developer was the developer of the account was the person who submitted the application. It prevents somebody pretending to be you and uploading an application.
And what are the steps involved in a developer obtaining a certificate from Apple?
You would agree to the Apple developer agreements. There's a couple that you'd have to get through. You will then download a certificate from Apple and install it onto your Mac.
Are you familiar with the term signature?
I am, yes.
What does that mean in connection with apps and app distribution?
Signature would be effectively a hash that is created on an application, and not just like an application in the generic sense, but a specific version of an application. So you will take an application that you have created, the specific version, and using the tools, you will generate a hash using the certificate and the application, and then that hash is known as the signature, and it can identify the application that you signed.
Is a hash have any relationship to a unique identifier?
You could think of a hash as a unique identifier for a specific version of an application or any piece of data.
And do signatures play any role in the distribution of apps on iOS?
They do, yes.
Could you please describe that?
Yes. iPhones, with two narrow exceptions, iPhones will only install applications that have been signed, have a signature that was generated by Apple.
And are you familiar with the term notarization in connection with app distribution?
Yes.
What does that term mean?
Notarization is very similar to signing. Notarization is the process where developers can upload a version of their application, Mac application, to Apple. Apple's servers will check the application for signs of known malware or problematic software. And if it passes, Apple will notarize it, which in this case is generating another hash or signature for the application. Users can then distribute the application on the Mac platform, and Macs will check with Apple servers to verify that there's a matching signature. And if there is, it will allow the application to open unimpeded.
All right, so you just used the phrase Mac in connection with notarization. You didn't use the word iOS in connection with notarization. Does iOS have a notarization procedure like the one you just described for Mac?
No, there's no notarization for iOS.
Are you aware of any technical reason why iOS could not employ such a process?
There's no technical reason.
Is there any agreement that a developer is required to sign before distributing apps on iOS to consumers?
Yes.
Can you please list them for us?
Yes, there's several. If we go through the experience of a developer, they will download Xcode and have to accept the Xcode agreement. They will apply for Apple's developer program and have to accept that agreement. If they wish to distribute apps, there'll be an additional agreement that they will accept. And then finally, if they wish to monetize their apps, there's another agreement that they will accept around monetization terms.
Okay. Have you heard of something called the Apple Developer Agreement?
Yes.
Is that one of the four agreements that you just described?
That is, yes.
Okay. And then there's the Xcode Agreement?
Yes.
That's one of the four? Is there the Apple Program License Agreement? Is that one of the four?
That is one of the four, yes.
And is the last one the Schedule 2?
Yes, Schedule 2 or paid applications agreement.
All right. There are just a couple of exhibits that I can hand up.
Okay, did you identify them before?
They were.
Okay, you can have it that way, and then I'll get mine.
All right, thank you. May I approach?
You may.
All right, I'd like to turn your attention first, Mr. Grant, to what is the mark for identification as PX2618.
Okay.
And after you've reviewed that, can you please just identify what it is for us?
Yes, this is the Apple Developer Agreement.
All right. And do you know whether there was any interaction with Apple over the terms of this agreement prior to its acceptance by Epic?
No, it was an automated process.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer PX2618.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
2618 is admitted.
Let's turn, Mr. Grant, to PX2619 for identification. And can you please let us know when you've had a chance to review that, what that is?
This is the Apple Developer Program License Agreement.
And are you familiar with this document?
I am, yes.
And do you know whether there was any interaction with Apple prior to the acceptance of the terms relating to those terms?
No, this would be in another automated process.
Your Honor, I offer PX2619.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
2619 is admitted.
Do you know, Mr. Grant, when the last Apple Developer Program License Agreement was renewed?
I believe it was June 2020.
Thank you. And is the Apple Developer Program License Agreement sometimes referred to as the DPLA?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's turn to PX2621 for identification, and would you let us know what that is when you've had a chance to review it?
This is the Schedule 2 agreement.
Your Honor, I would offer PX2621.
No objection.
Admitted.
Was there any interaction with Apple relating to the terms of the Schedule 2?
I'll just object on foundation, Your Honor. I'm not sure if he was in the process.
Mr. Grant, are you...
Mr. Dorn. Mr. Dorn, really?
Well, no. I'll ask some follow-up questions. That's fine.
All right. Objections withdrawn.
Yes.
Submitted. 261.
All right. Let's turn to the last document in your binder, which is PX 2622. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
It is the Xcode and Apple SDK agreement.
And do you know whether there was any interaction with Apple relating to the terms of this agreement?
No, there is not.
Your Honor, I would offer PX 2622.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
When Fortnite was available in the App Store, in the App Store, where was it available geographically?
It was available in all territories that Apple had an App Store presence, with the exception of China, I believe.
And did the DPLA, was there a separate DPLA signed for each of those territories?
No, there's just a single agreement.
For a global agreement?
Yeah.
Is that true with regard to the other agreements?
Yes, that would also be true.
All right. Now let's talk about some about Epic. Does Epic have any subsidiaries with which you're familiar?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a company by the name of Epic Games International?
Yeah.
What is that?
That would be the Epic company that runs Unreal Engine development.
And are you familiar with a company named Life on Air?
I am, yes.
And what is Life on Air?
That would be the company that develops the House Party software.
And is Life on Air a subsidiary of Epic Games Inc.?
Yeah. Yeah.
And is Epic Games International a subsidiary as well?
I'm not familiar with the exact structure, but yes, they're subsidiaries of an Epic entity.
Okay. And how about KRA SAS, spelled capital K, little a, hyphen, capital R, little a, SAS, S period, A period, S period, also known as Twinmotion. Have you heard of that entity?
I have, yes.
What is that entity?
They are a company in Europe who create architecture software.
And have you heard of a company called Psyonix?
I have, yes.
And have you heard of a company called Games Sweden Scanning AB?
Yes, I think that's the official legal term for Quixel.
And is KRA SAS a subsidiary of Epic?
Yes.
And is Psyonix?
Yes.
And is Games Sweden Scanning?
Yes.
And do each of these entities have developer program accounts with Apple?
They do, yes.
Are you familiar with the app review guidelines?
Yes. I should say that in my career, I've been very familiar at times. My day-to-day no longer involves submission of apps, so I'm less familiar with the current guidelines.
All right. And are you familiar with something called the app review process generally?
Yes, I am.
And in connection with your duties and responsibilities, did you ever have any opportunity to be involved in the submission of apps for review through the app review process?
Yes.
Can you please describe what that process entails?
Yes.
And actually, let's just be specific. With regard to Fortnite in particular, were you involved in the submission of Fortnite through the app review process at any point in time?
Yes, I was.
Can you please describe what that process entailed?
So the process of app review is we would create a version of Fortnite that was targeted for iOS. We would sign it with the necessary certificates, and then we'd upload it to Apple's developer website, or rather upload to Apple's developer website, and then submit it for review. We would monitor the status and observe it as it went through that process.
And how long, in your experience with the Fortnite app, did the app review process take?
It was very variable. It could be under an hour. It could be multiple business days.
Is there any process by which Apple can provide expedition for the app review?
When you submit an application, you can request that it be expedited. We would often also reach out to our program manager at Apple and request that it be expedited.
Did Epic ever seek expedition?
Yes.
Was it ever granted expedition?
Yes, it was.
And are you aware of any Epic apps having been rejected by Apple after submission through its app review process?
I am, yes.
And did any of those relate to Fortnite?
Yes, they did.
And can you describe, are you familiar with any of the reasons that were provided for the rejection of the Fortnite app?
Some of them, yes.
Can you describe some of the reasons that you were given for rejection?
Yes, Apple would at times object to a certain way a feature was phrased or described in the app notes. One example I remember is that we had an early feature that we described as, this is a experimental feature, please let us what you know, and they didn't like that. Or the app review team did not like that and asked us to change it. When we implemented sign-in with Apple, we had our app approved in one version, and then the next version they rejected it and requested certain changes to functionality. We would at times have conditional approvals where Apple would tell us that something needed to be changed, and they would allow us to submit that version of the app, but require us to make changes the next time. And then the screenshots. Was one example. They felt the screenshots of the foreign application were not sufficient for what we were submitting. Things like that, mostly around the metadata, the descriptions of the app, rather than functionality itself.
Did these rejections result in any delays in approval of the app?
They could be, yes.
And did any delays have any impact on Epic?
Yeah.
Can you describe that?
Yes, there was two delays related to app review that were problematic for us. And one was just the process being delayed. We would try to submit Fortnite to iOS in plenty of time, knowing that it might take 2 to 3 days. But if there was a problem, either just because it took longer or it was rejected, it would cause us to have to change our release date for a version of Fortnite. The impact was part of the app review process. After it has been approved, before it's available to users, there's a process called propagation. And our description would be that when we release the app, there's a period of time before it's available to people in all the app stores. And we frequently observe propagation taking hours at a time. And that was particularly problematic because we had no control over the process or even visibility into the process. And because Fortnite requires all users to have the same version of an app, we would pass app review. We would say, okay, great, we're good to go. Early in the morning in the release day, we would press the buttons on the app developer site, the Swing developer site to release the app. They would all go out to users, but users on iOS would not be able to get the new version of Fortnite, which meant for a period of time they were unable to play the game. And there are other examples where we had to reach out to Apple and ask that they investigate what was happening because we had no control or visibility.
All right. And did Apple ever require Epic to make changes to the Fortnite app prior to its getting it approved?
Yes, Apple would frequently modify the app review guidelines to require us to support new features in their OS or in new types of hardware.
And can you give us some examples of that?
Two of the more memorable ones were sign-in with Apple, where Apple required any app that supports common accounts for authentication, such as being able to use your Google account to sign in or your Facebook account, would sign in with Apple. Apple required that you then also support their new system. That was months of work for many people. That took probably a couple of 9 years of work. In iOS 12, Apple changed how they budgeted memory for applications, and as a result, we had to significantly reduce the amount of memory that Fortnite was using. And again, that was in excess of a 9 year of work to meet that requirement.
Have there been instances when Epic has initiated communications with Apple about Apple's software?
Yes.
And can you describe some of those?
Yes, on one hand, we would often provide Apple with feedback, things we've observed in the tools, perhaps suggestions for how functionality could be improved based on either our experience or our knowledge of other platforms. The more sort of time-pressed one was we would discover bugs in iOS that we believed were in Apple software and not ours. because Fortnite ran on a large number of devices at a great scale, we would actually be able to compare the performance on many different types of iOS devices. And if we observe the situation where users on an iPhone 8, for example, were experiencing instability, like the games would crash, they would exit abnormally, we would verify that it was specific to that device. We would verify that, to the best of our knowledge, we're using the APIs correctly. And after that, we'd have to reach out to Apple and provide them the information that we're seeing users crashing the hardware. Please help us out here. We do not have any visibility beyond that.
So if it's so bad, why use it?
Sorry, no?
If it's so bad, why use it? Why do you want to use Apple if it's so terrible?
Well, the instance I'm referring to here is where we would see a specific Apple device have problems. Because all devices, they have slightly custom hardware. They will have slightly different software and the driver that manages that hardware. It's not uncommon for the driver to have a bug that will only represent itself on a certain type. So in the case where if we saw a crash happening on all iPhones, we believe that we were doing something wrong and investigate on our end.
I've read testimony that indicates that Epic Games has had issues when it's dealing with its developers, right? It's not perfect.
No, not at all.
And I would suspect Apple's not perfect.
Yep.
So how imperfect is it? Do you understand what I'm saying? That is, generally speaking, do you have issues or do you always have problems?
In terms of the hardware support, I would say it's no less. I'd say akin to other platforms. We will run into problems that we can't explain or we believe our software is correct, and we'll have to reach out for assistance diagnosing the problem at a deeper level.
Okay, so when you have these issues with Android too,
yeah.
And is it comparable? That is the experience comparable with Apple and Android, or is Apple just that much worse than Android?
In terms of discovering defects and problems, I would say they're very comparable. Apple engineers are great. They are knowledgeable, skilled. They're really motivated to make sure developers have a great experience, and we see that with all our platforms.
All right, go ahead.
Are you familiar with the term side loading?
Yes.
What does that term mean?
I describe it as the process of putting an application on the device that bypasses the store or other official platform means of putting applications on.
And is side loading allowed on iOS?
There are two narrow exceptions, neither of which are permitted for distribution of apps to consumers.
All right. And are there any technical impediments to side loading on iOS that you're aware of?
There's no technical impediment, no.
Is side loading allowed on Mac OS?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term hotfix?
I am, yes.
What does that term mean?
At Epic, we use that term. It has many names across software development. At Epic, we use that term to mean making a change on our servers that alter the availability or even behavior of a function in our applications without requiring that the user download an update to the application.
And prior to August 2020, had Epic ever engaged in a hotfix?
Yeah, many times.
Was there a hotfix that occurred in August of 2020?
There was many that would have occurred in August 2020.
Okay. You actually mentioned the term server-side change. Can you please describe for us what that is, the server-side change?
Yes, it'd be changing the configuration on the server to cause it to report to applications that slightly different behavior that is being requested. It could be simple as making something available or unavailable. It's how we might allow users in Fortnite to have access to a specific type of game for a period of time or a specific cosmetic. It can also be used to change the behavior if we see something that could be improved. So Fortnite is a competitive game, and there are many aspects of the game that are balanced against each other. If we see that a certain type of gameplay or a certain weapon is overly powerful, we can make a hotfix change to reduce its effectiveness.
had occasion to make server-side changes to Fortnite in connection with feature changes from time to time prior to August 2020?
Yes.
On approximately how many occasions?
It would be like a weekly occasion. We would rotate different types of game modes in and out. If there was a big event taking place during the season, that would be hotfixed on at the appropriate time so users could experience it.
And apart from what occurred on August 13th, 2020, are you familiar with what occurred on August 13th, 2020?
I am, yes.
Okay. Apart from that event, are you aware of Apple ever informing Epic that a server-side change violated their rules?
No.
Do you recall what occurred on August 13th, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And do you recall anything that occurred on that day in connection with Epic Direct Payment on iOS?
Yes.
Can you please describe what happened?
Starting at the beginning, in early August, we submitted updates to Fortnite that enabled iOS users to enable the Epic Direct Pay to operate on iOS. We submitted those in early August. On the 13th of August, we made a hotfix to our servers that informed iOS clients that they now have access iOS clients should permit their users to have access to two payment methods, Apple's in-app purchases and Epic Direct Pay.
Did the hotfix that was implemented by Epic on August 13th, 2020 that you just described require the insertion of any executable code?
No, it was a simple one statement that simply specified that IAP and Epic Direct Pay were the two payment types that were available.
What happened to the Fortnite app on iOS after the hotfix was implemented?
So after the hotfix change was made on the server, iOS clients would have checked and discovered that change had been made, and then they would make Epic Direct Pay available to users as an alternative means for paying for in-app purchase. For paying for V-Bucks.
And was there any impact on Epic's Apple developer agreement as a result of the hotfix that occurred on August 13th, 2020?
Yes. Later that day, we received notification that Fortnite, the current version of Fortnite, was in violation on certain terms. It was removed from sale, so users no longer had access to the current version of Fortnite if they did not already have it. And then later that day, we received another notification that our developer account would be revoked if we did not upload a compliant version of Fortnite within 14 days.
As a technical matter, was there any impact on iOS users from the delisting of Fortnite?
Yes. Once Fortnite was delisted on the 13th, users who did not have the current version were no longer able to play Fortnite. We require that all versions of Fortnite, all users of Fortnite have the same version because the people can play together. So if you had not updated Fortnite by the 13th, because it was no longer in the App Store, you could not get an update and you were blocked from playing. The larger impact was approximately 2 weeks later when we released Fortnite Season 14. At that point, because Apple were blocking updates, we submitted version 14 and they declined to take it. It meant that users on iOS were no longer able to play with other platforms and did not have access to the Season 14 content or Fortnite experiences.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Doran, cross.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to meet you. I may have missed it, but when did you begin your employment with Epic?
I believe it was September 2015.
Okay, all right. And when you were talking about when we introduced the different contracts, were you referring to those as the contracts that were renewed in June 2020?
The Apple developer?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. And you have been developing software for mobile platforms since 2008 or so?
Yes.
And that would be the same year that the App Store originally launched, correct?
Actually, that's not quite correct what I said. So if you look at all mobile platforms, the first mobile platform I developed for was the the Sony PlayStation Portable. We began development for that in 2003, I think. So that would be the first mobile platform.
Sir, I'm going to ask you, listen to what I'm asking and answer what I'm asking. You began writing software for mobile platforms in 2008, correct?
No.
Okay, you wrote earlier than 2008. Yes. So when you testified that it was about 2008 in your deposition, was that just an oversight?
I believe in the deposition I may have taken the question to be specific to smartphones, but
fair enough. So let me ask you that. In 2008, did you begin developing software for iOS devices?
Yeah.
And could an iPhone in 2008 run a game as sophisticated as Fortnite?
No, not to this version of Fortnite, no.
And it lacks the computing power?
Yes.
And the graphics capabilities?
Yeah.
And the memory?
Yeah.
And the battery capabilities, the battery life?
That's harder to gauge.
You might be able to play it for a very short period if all those other capacities were in place. So
it's hard to say.
And in fact, just a year or two before Fortnite was launched, iOS would have still been incapable of having run such a demanding game, correct?
It's a little hard to say. I mean, our expectations of what Fortnite would have looked like in 2010, 2012 would be very different to 2020.
Well, let me ask you this. How long before, since you have written software for the iOS operating system, at what point in time did it become capable of handling a game like that launched on iOS in April 2018?
In April 2018, we launched Fortnite. I believe we targeted iOS devices that were manufactured about 3, perhaps 4 years earlier. So conceivably 2014, we could have released Fortnite on iOS.
Thank you. And since 2014, Apple has consistently improved the iPhone, correct?
Yeah.
The processing power has improved?
Yeah.
The graphics abilities have become more sophisticated?
Yeah.
The resolution of the touchscreen has improved?
Yeah.
Its internet connectivity has improved?
Yeah.
The sound has improved?
Yeah.
And games on iPhone can also now be played with an Xbox or PlayStation controller, correct?
Yeah.
Through a wireless connection?
Yeah.
And as a result of those consistent improvements and that innovation, iOS devices are now capable of running games like Fortnite, and as Fortnite has evolved since 2018, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, has Fortnite become even more sophisticated since 2018?
Yeah.
Has it become even more demanding on operating systems?
No.
You've been engineering it to make sure that it continues to work and maximize each operating system?
Yeah, it's important to us that we support a wide range of devices. We expect users to have devices that could be 5 to 8 years old.
And you've been working hard to make sure that Fortnite continues to work well on the iOS devices, correct?
More than many other people, I think, but yes, as a company, we do.
More other people than you?
Yes.
So you're kind of a project-to-project person, as I recall?
Probably a good description, yes.
And you, back before or up until August 13th, 2020, would typically play Fortnite on your iPad, correct?
Yeah.
And you liked it because you could flip it open after the kids went to bed, correct?
Yeah.
And if you were traveling for work or even at work, you generally had your iPad with me, correct?
Yeah.
So you could play there, correct?
Yeah.
And clearly, sir, a man in your position is not short on console hardware options, correct?
I am very fortunate, yes.
But your go-to environment would generally remain the iPad, correct?
Sure, Fortnite, yes.
And that would even be when you were home alone, when the kids weren't there, correct?
More often than not, yes.
And the recollection is, at least at the time you would oppose, that the only time you would typically play on your PlayStation was if you were playing with your cousins or your friends and you wanted to make use of the superior microphone on the console, correct?
It'd be superior microphone, higher quality graphics, bigger screen, lower latency. My cousins would get upset if I didn't perform well, so I would want every advanced check again.
But your go-to environment was the iPad.
For myself, yes.
Now, the Sony PlayStation 4, just to pick an example, came out in about 2013, correct?
2013, I believe that's correct, yes.
Thank you. And the PlayStation 5 came out just this last fall of 2020. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
And at the time that PlayStation 4 came out in 2013, it substantially outperformed mobile platforms, correct?
Yes.
The mobile platforms update more frequently than consoles, true?
Sure.
You see that with kind of an annual upgrade on the operating system as well as various updates over the course of each year, correct?
Correct.
And so over the course of the time period between 2013 and this last fall, it reached a point where mobile platforms, in your view, probably exceed the raw processing power of PlayStation 4, correct?
I think that's arguable. I'm not sure it's quite correct, but they're very closely approximated.
And that is what you stated in your deposition, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, one of the SDKs that Epic uses is called UIKit. Do you recall that?
I would describe UIKit as a library in an SDK, not an SDK itself.
And what is UIKit?
It is Apple's APIs for putting graphical elements such as buttons, lists, pictures into an application.
And UI is user interface?
That's correct.
So it's a fairly basic kit. And by basic, I mean fundamental, as you say, buttons and all for the user to literally interact with the device, correct?
Yeah.
Epic does not write its own UI kit for iOS, correct? It uses the software that Apple developed?
In certain places. We have our own UI library, UMG and Slate that we build most. We have our own UI library called UMG, and Slate that we build most of our user interfaces in because that enables us to have the same interface on multiple platforms and to recreate it. We will use UIKit where we have to display OS-specific features on iOS, such as a user alert, or actually that's probably the main one that's going to mind.
So the short answer is that Epic does make use of Apple's UIKit, correct?
Oh, yeah.
And whether an app is downloaded or loaded directly from side-loaded or downloaded from the App Store, that developer would still need to use that UIKit and what it provides for the user interface on iOS, correct?
Yeah.
You talked a little bit about augmented reality,
Mm-hmm.
and Epic sees augmented reality as a significant factor in the future of gaming. Is that fair?
I would say a factor just in computing in general, but yes.
Fair. Thank you. And game developers that Epic competes with are also striving to develop games incorporating augmented reality. Is that fair?
I believe that's fair.
And, for example, you've seen that Microsoft has developed or been developing an AR version of Minecraft, correct?
Sure.
And in just the last year or two, Apple has released its own AR kit for iOS developers, correct?
They were several years ago, but yes, they have their own.
And here in 2021, we're actually up to ARKit 4, correct?
That sounds right.
So in the last several years, there was the original, and then there have been 4 different evolutionary steps, if you will, in the ARKit, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference?
Yeah.
And you recognize that that's an annual event? Where Apple and developers make presentations about their ongoing innovations and projects.
Yeah.
And that would include Apple hardware improvements, for example.
Yes, I do Apple future hardware and software that changes it.
As well as SDKs and APIs and developer tools.
Yeah.
And Apple has actually given Epic the opportunity to present at various, I'll call them WWDCs, correct?
Yes.
And you're comfortable with WWDC's Worldwide Developer Conference?
I'm good with that.
And have you attended WWDCs?
Yeah.
And in fact, in 2015, Apple actually gave Epic an opportunity to demonstrate Fortnite, correct?
Yeah.
And you attended the 2019 WWDC?
I think that question is under that.
Okay. And do you recall that a demonstration of an AR version of Minecraft was presented at that event?
That sounds right, yeah.
Your Honor, I just have a few documents, so I did not create binders, but may I approach the witness, please?
Yeah. And I may have my own version if you gave that to us.
I know how you feel about more paper.
Try to do our little part.
Exactly. Mr. Branch, do you have what has been marked as DX4119 in front of you?
I do, yes.
And do you see this as an email chain, with the last email in the chain being the first on page 1 of that exhibit, which is a June 3, 2019 email from you to various people within Epic Games?
Yes.
With the ray line, Microsoft announces Minecraft World. You see that?
I do.
Just turn to the back page, the back page of this exhibit, page 4, and actually make that the bottom of page 3. And you'll see an email from one of your colleagues at Epic Games, correct?
Several of them, yes.
Yes, there's quite a few involved here, actually. And at 9:16 a.m. on May 17, it looks like a gentleman who signs his email, Osgard. Do you know him?
I do not know. No.
And he notes that this just hit Kotaku. Are you familiar with that website?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
Kotaku is a website that primarily covers gaming news.
Okay. And the email says with a link to that, it is an AR version of Minecraft, correct?
Yeah.
Complete with a trailer, it looks like.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Thank you. And then immediately above that, Daniel Vogel says going wider with this. Mr. Vogel is the Chief Operating Officer?
Yes, he is.
And above that, you enter the screen, correct?
Yes.
So it looks like Mr. Vogel and going wider brought you into this chain. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And you state, or you observe, puzzling, and then you make some observations about whether or not they may be overselling things in this trailer, correct?
That's right, yes.
And then a little bit further up, Mr. Mark Rain steps into the discussion, correct?
Yeah.
And Mr. Rain is one of the co-founders of Epic?
He is, yeah.
And at the bottom of page 2, second note from the bottom, Mr. Rain says, yes, if it works, like they show in the Verge article, it is actually very cool. Love to be doing this with Fortnite Creative and Unreal Engine. You see that?
I do.
And then a number of different people all weigh in on this. Mr. Howe, Mr. Ivy, Mr. Bills, some bad jokes at the bottom of page 1. And then you weigh in again at the top of page 1 on June 3rd, correct?
Yes.
And you state they showed the first demo of this today at Apple's WWDC event. 2 of the most impressive features, human occlusion of CG and live mocap, are powered by tech in the new version of ARKit and were described as exclusive to iOS. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And how did you become aware of this there on June 3rd?
I really do not recall. I imagine I saw a news article, fed some sauce, and then followed it to view the demo.
And you found the new version of, you found the demo, if you will, of Minecraft using the ARKit that have at least 2 most impressive features, correct?
Yeah.
And ARKit is specifically designed to be supported by the hardware of iPhone platforms, correct?
An iPad, yes.
Yes, thank you. iOS devices. And in other words, the ability of the iPhone or the iPad to offer the augmented reality provided by ARKit requires elements of both the API and the hardware in which it was used. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Are you moving in for 119?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to admit 119. 4119.
4119.
No objection.
Admitted.
Mr. Grant, you also discussed with counsel Unreal Engine. Do you recall that generally?
Yeah.
And you also discussed briefly the commission structure related to those who monetize the work they've done with Unreal Engine, correct? Your Honor, if I may approach, I'd like to hand the witness what's been marked as DX4022.
You may approach.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Grant, you have before you Exhibit DX4022. Do you recognize this as the Unreal Engine End User License Agreement? And I will note for you, sir, that it's dated October 2018 in the bottom left. So it would be the contract in that time frame.
I should clarify that I recognize that this is titled the Unreal End User License Agreement. I do not recall a time in the last couple of years since I've read any version of the document myself.
Fair enough, sir. And are you generally familiar with the terms of the license agreement used for Unreal Engine?
No, I don't have a very broad understanding of it.
You do understand the commission structure, is that right?
Yes.
And you also understand that Unreal Engine requires a license agreement for anyone who wishes to use Unreal Engine, correct?
Yes.
And this document begins in the first paragraph with, please read this agreement carefully. It is a legal document that explains your rights and obligations related to your use of the Unreal Engine and related content. By downloading or using this software or any related content, you are agreeing to be bound by the terms of this agreement. If you do not or cannot agree to the terms of this agreement, please do not download or use this software or any related content. And is that consistent with your understanding of ethics requirements related to the use of Unreal Engine?
Yeah.
And a license that is granted by Epic for Unreal Engine, do you understand that to be a non-exclusive, non-transferable, non-sub-licensable, limited license?
I think you're stretching my legal familiarity with the term.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. You understand it to be a license with which those who use Unreal Engine must comply, correct?
Yes.
And that's because Unreal Engine and the Epic entity that owns it wish to protect and retain their IP rights, correct?
Yes.
And so if you could turn, please, to page 4022007, and you'll see a provision marked royalty. Do you see that?
I do.
And here back in 2018, it's noted that in those instances in which Unreal Engine, the work with Unreal Engine is monetized by a developer, that the 5% commission will attach after the first $3,000 in gross revenue for each product. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recall that that at this point in time in 2018, the 5% revenue was paid after the first 5% royalty was paid after the first $3,000 in gross revenue for each product?
I mean, that is how I read it here. I don't recall what the terms were assigned there.
Do you recall when the threshold was raised to $1 million?
I do not know.
Do you recall that was May 2020?
That sounds about right.
And if you look, please, sir, at page .008, there is a statement that the royalty, in the middle of the page, the royalty is based on gross revenue from end users, regardless of whether you sell your product to end users directly, self-publish via the App Store or any similar store, or work with a publisher. The following simplified example illustrates the application of the royalty to gross sales. If your product earns $10 on the App Store, Apple may pay you $7, having deducted 30% as a distribution fee, but your royalty to Epic would still be 5% of the $10, or 50 cents. You see that?
I see that.
And is that consistent with your understanding of how the royalty calculations are done?
Again, I'm probably reading this paragraph for the first time, but it sounds correct?
Well, my question, sir, is kind of independently of what's written on this page. Is it your understanding that by taking 5% of gross revenue, what that means in the case of, for example, Unreal Engine related apps on the Apple App Store, that the 5% commission would be taken on the full gross revenue, i.e. the price of the app, as opposed to the net to the developer?
I mean, that's what I'm reading here. I wasn't involved in any of this with Epic, and I can't speak to whether it's an example of the App Store or applies to other platforms. I mean, what you're saying here is what's described. Yeah.
You are familiar with the rules that people must comply with to be allowed to play Fortnite?
I have awareness of them. At points in my time at Epic, I have had more knowledge than at other times.
Sure. I won't hold you to today's specific rules, I promise. But for example, we know that kids swearing at each other in Fortnite is frowned upon, correct?
Yes.
Or any sort of...
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope. I don't have a particular objection with it, but I just wanted to note that it is beyond the scope.
And Your Honor, he's on our witness list as well.
I was going to say, are we calling him back? Is there an agreement between the lawyers, Ms. Forrest, with respect to witnesses? Are we calling them back?
No, Your Honor, but I would have expected that we would have received then some of the documents that they were using in advance disclosed if they were going to have them on direct examination. So that's all. I mean, I don't have a problem with them having him on direct examination. It seemed as if because we hadn't had the documents in advance for the direct examination that they would be, in fact, that he was only going to be cross-examined.
The stipulation that we have is that the parties will produce documents for those witnesses under their control as to the documents that they intend to put into evidence through that witness. Mr. Grant's not under our control.
Is that accurate, Ms. Forrest?
I think it is, Your Honor, in terms of that stipulation. It's withdrawn.
All right, withdrawn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And 4022, are you offering that?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, by the way, Mr. Grant, what's the target audience for Fortnite? Is it kind of the 13-year-old?
I mean, I think we want as many people to play Fortnite as find it engaging. There's a minimum age requirement just based on the legality. I don't recall offhand what that is.
Okay. But would you agree that your audience trends towards the younger side?
I'm not sure how you define younger, but
I've used 13, so let's call it 13 to 17.
I don't know if I'd be counted towards that or not, no.
All right, fair enough. And people that intentionally cheat within Fortnite can be permanently banned, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And finding cheaters within Fortnite is something of a cat and mouse game, correct?
Yeah.
People are always trying to find new ways to cheat.
Yeah.
And some people get away with it until they're caught. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And in fact, Epic has a anti-cheating team, is that right?
Yeah.
And this is a team of people who make their livelihood finding cheaters and finding ways that people cheat within Fortnite?
I would say they primarily spend their time securing the game so that there are no ways for people to exploit it, but when we're aware that there's a vulnerability, they will examine it and attempt to close that vulnerability.
And sometimes you don't know about those vulnerabilities until somebody runs through and causes some problems, correct?
Yeah.
And so, among other things, there may be bugs in Fortnite, correct? Or someone may intercept some communications or get some information that isn't out in the general public and take advantage of that, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean in that case.
Well, let me ask you if you're familiar with the phrase intercept network traffic.
Yes, network traffic.
And what does that mean?
It means installing some device, like a computer, that sits between two machines, and that computer can examine the traffic and discern information that it contains.
And Epic's brand and Fortnite's success is based on people having a good experience within Fortnite, correct?
Certainly Fortnite success, yes.
And having an experience where everyone is on the same level playing field. There aren't people capable of cheating, correct? And where they know they're not going to be mistreated or sworn at by other players, correct? And Epic's brand depends, and Fortnite's name depends on people having a good experience, correct?
Certainly at Fortnite's name, whether Epic, I'm asking that, but Fortnite does.
And if people are cheating, and if the integrity of the game begins to fall apart, and if people don't think that the rules apply to them, then people are going to be less inclined to play that game, aren't they? And the reputation of the game will degrade, of course. And there will be a slow downward spiral, which is why Epic is so diligent about having an anti-cheat function and looking out for cheaters and people who are not performing or acting properly, correct? Now, you actually were the corporate representative on the hotfix, correct?
Yeah.
And you testified earlier this afternoon that there were lots of hotfixes in August 2020. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
But you know that we're here in this room talking, among other things, about one in particular, right?
I do, yes.
And Project Liberty was Epic's project to be able to offer users an alternative payment source on iOS. That's how you defined it, correct?
Yeah.
And you were tasked with actually overseeing the technical implementation of the hotfix, correct?
Yeah.
You go from project to project over the course of your work at Epic, correct?
Yeah.
And you were tasked with the project of implementing the hotfix, correct?
Not specifically the hotfix. We had engineers that were tasked with the actual implementation. My role was to make sure that contingency planning, that if Apple was to block us from updating Fortnite for a period of time, that we would continue to be able to allow users on that version to operate Fortnite for the foreseeable future. As a technical leader at Epic, I was also involved in just daily conversations with the people working on the hotfix, other aspects of contingency planning, and so on.
And is that what involved daily conversations?
At times, yeah.
Over how long a period?
We submitted the code to Apple in early August. Certainly the last couple of weeks would have been daily conversations and check-ins on the status of things. Prior to probably those 4 weeks, it may have been less frequent, but it would be regular.
And one of your tasks in overseeing the hotfix was to make sure that the code that could be instructed through the hotfix was not detected by Apple, correct?
Yeah.
And the goal was to make sure that it got through app review without being detected, correct?
Yeah.
Because you didn't want your hotfix delayed, correct?
No.
And as part of assuring that it was not detected, you and your colleagues did not disclose it in the user notes submitted with the app, with the Fortnite build, correct?
Correct.
And that was Fortnite build version 13.40?
It would have been 13.40 and 13.40.1. And
you understood that when you were submitting an app build without user notes that disclosed a fundamental element of that submission, that you were breaching the agreements between Apple and Epic, correct?
I'm not sure what the agreements covered in terms of disclosure, so I can't really speak to that or not.
Well, let's talk about honesty. You knew you were being dishonest, didn't you?
I knew we were doing something that Apple would be unhappy with. I can't say I felt dishonest about it.
You knew you were acting without integrity, didn't you?
Again, I'm not sure I agree with that characterization.
Would you want to do business with a business partner that would put material things by you in an attempt to enrich themselves and to breach their contracts with you without disclosing that it was happening?
I did not know.
And along with simply not putting it in the user notes, you also implemented a number of very specific concrete tests to make sure that it wouldn't be detected, correct?
I think that's entirely correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to the witness what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 4561.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Grant, you've been handed Defense Exhibit 4561. Do you recognize this as a deck that the type of which was used in various Project Liberty updates over the course of the summer of 2020?
Yeah.
And if you could please look at page 9 of that deck, 4561.009.
Yeah.
You have that in front of you? And you'll note the heading is Payment System Hotfix. In general, we should be ready with the hotfix and UX flow. Is that user interface?
User experience.
Thank you. And user experience flow for 13.40, live August 4th, submitting July 31, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a bullet point for work remaining. Do you see that?
I do.
And the fourth bullet point is reverse engineering pass on binary to gauge detectability. And here the plan was to have your team reverse engineer the code to see if it was detectable.
I would have liked to be more specialist people at Epic to do that, but they worked, as you state.
So you would have brought somebody in who really knew what they were doing to conduct that test, correct? And then the bottom, it says allow InfoSec to attempt to hack the hotfix code and reveal the intent. And InfoSec is information security?
Yes.
And what is the role of information security at Epic?
They provide, I would be guessing, to be honest. I don't know their formal job descriptions, but they provide information, they provide security around various aspects of data management and systems.
And making sure things aren't hacked, right?
I believe so, yes.
And so here you were going to let these folks attempt to hack the hotfix code to see if it could be done, correct?
Yeah, to see if it could be discovered.
And then to see if the true intent of it could be determined through a hack, correct?
My recollection of this last point is that it was more about whether the presence of the hotfix code and additional payment mechanisms could be discovered by people accessing or querying our web servers in certain ways, rather than the implementation of the hotfix itself.
So long as they could find that it couldn't be detected through hacking, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit BS 4561.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
4561 is admitted.
And in fact, the plan worked. The build was submitted, correct?
Well, I'm not sure the plan worked. This was a list of items that we wished to achieve, and many of these, just because of the constraints of time and prioritization, were, to my knowledge, never done.
In other words, you all had a deadline, August 4th.
Yeah.
And the reason you had a deadline is because you wanted to get it implemented, you wanted to make sure it got through app review, correct?
Yes.
And there's plenty of time to be triggered on August 13th, correct?
Correct.
And the reason that you needed it triggered by August 13th is so that it could be live for 2 or 3 weeks before the next fortnight update, correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
So that people could continue to play with the 2 buttons in place for several weeks with Apple not being able to do anything about it, correct?
I think the desire to have it in advance of the next season was to make sure that we had sufficient time for any negotiations or conversations with Apple without the impending deadline of a new update being required.
And you mean after the hotfix was triggered?
Yes.
Not during the 2 weeks between when the code for the hotfix was put in place and when the switch was flipped on August 13th, correct?
Correct.
And after the hotfix went into place, Apple gave Epic the opportunity to remain in place on the App Store simply by coming back into compliance with the contracts that had been in place between the 2 parties for a decade, correct?
Yes.
And Epic said no.
I believe so, yes.
And in an email in June 2018 to Sony, Mr. Sweeney was upset about the lack of cross-platform play by Sony, and he said this to Mr. Rosenberg: "Many Fortnite players are kids, and their friendships are being torn apart by Sony's segregation of players on competing platforms." But that was of no concern to Epic when it didn't come back into compliance and rejoin the App Store, correct?
I can't speak to whether it was a concern or not.
Thank you, Your Honor. No more questions. Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Right. This is in scope across, and whatever part of that is direct. But limited to the scope of the exam.
I only have two questions, Your Honor. Mr. Grant, you were asked by Mr. Doran about certain prior versions of ARKit. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Were any of those versions of ARKit ever available on WebKit, the APIs?
No version has been available on WebKit.
All right. And does that have any implications for the ability to use ARKit with regard to web apps? I'm so sorry. And it's late in the afternoon, too. Does that have any implications for the ability to use ARKit with regard to web apps?
Yes, authors of web apps cannot use ARKit. They would have to use a native app.
And you were shown DX4119.
Could you remind me which?
It's the email. You're the top email, 3 June 2019.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's a discussion in this series of emails about AR, augmented reality technology.
Yeah.
All right. Is any of that available on WebKit?
No, none of that's available on WebKit.
Is any of that technology described in DX4119 available for use with web apps?
No, none of those.
No further questions, Your Honor.
We cross limited to the scope of that examination.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then, Mr. Grant, when you step down, you're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, we're at 3:07. Let's just take care of a couple of housekeeping. Can you tell me who is testifying tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor. We have, I think I can do it from memory, without my notes. The next in line will be Mr. Coe. And after Mr. Coe will be Mr. Fisher. After Mr. Fisher will be Mr. Kosminka.
Okay, and what are their roles?
Mr. Coe is involved in payment processing.
At where?
At Epic. So the Epic Direct Pay, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Mr. Fisher is head of the App Store for Apple. And so he is an Apple employee who we're calling in our case, but he's also called for them, so we'll do a combination. And Mr. Kosminka is head of App Review for Apple, called in our case, but also called in Apple's case. So we'll do both.
Okay, and you expect that to be the Thursday lineup then?
I do, Your Honor, although if we are done, and we do have two other witnesses who we would be prepared to call immediately behind them.
Okay.
We have Mr. Allison. He is head of the Epic Game Store. And Mr. Weisinger, who is in Epic, does Epic's marketing. And and that would be the group, Your Honor, before I think we go to experts.
Okay, so...
Make sure I haven't missed anybody. That's it, Your Honor, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Evans. Did I get that right? No. I thought I saw a thumbs up from your hand.
From Jim New. Mr. New, yes, yes.
Wrong one. See, that's why I need the list.
Yes.
Okay. Here's in part the reason I am asking. I know originally you asked for the ability to end early on Friday if necessary, but I am trying to get this case in the days that I allocated. Again, the courthouse is, we're under certain restrictions here, and I need to try to make sure that we are going to finish. So what were your thoughts also with respect to, at one point, Ms. Forrest, you indicated that you might ask for additional deposition testimony rather than in-person testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. We have two groups of deposition designations, if you will, that we do intend to come out of our overall time. And that is just deposition designations of substantive testimony. And then the second part of that is within that there are some designations of documents. And so that coming out of our time, we would be prepared to submit whenever Your Honor would like, to have it. If you wanted it for instance, Friday, we could take that out of our time for Friday.
Do you know how much time we're talking about?
Well, Your Honor, we were waiting to see a little bit if we were going to carve it back to see if the testimony came in and we could get rid of some of it, frankly. It's just exchanging one version of time for another, but we preferred to have it live. We'll know much better tomorrow after Mr. Kosminka and Mr. Fisher, since they are among the two witnesses whose testimony we would otherwise designate.
Okay.
But it's a couple of hours.
Okay. And then, do you have your lineup for the experts for next week?
Your Honor, we do know we're starting with Mr. Evans. And then after that, I need to confer. I have it, Your Honor. The lineup for next week would be Mr. Evans. And he is expected to take a fair amount of time on our end. We will use some of our time, even though he's got his written directives in. And then we have, after that, Ms. Athey, Dr. Athey.
Okay, and then?
I believe at that point, it would be Dr. Smallensy, Dr. Hitt, and Ms. LaFontaine or Dr. LaFontaine.
Yeah, and Your Honor, those are the names. I'm not sure that's the order, but okay. Agreed, those are the three.
And then after that, it's Dr. Rubenfeld. And I can continue if you'd like.
I would.
Okay. And then after that, it would be Dr. Cragg. And then, if necessary, Dr. Evans on rebuttal. And then Dr. Switching. That would be the end of the economist, Your Honor, altogether. And then we would switch and not do a back and forth at that point. After that, it would be Mr. Barnes, who is our accountant expert, and some of our technical experts, then Dr. Mickens, and then we switch over to, at that point, Apple's case.
So you expect to close that second week?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay. And I take it then with respect to Evans, by the time we get to the end of this week, all of the factual basis for his opinions will be in the record?
Yes, Your Honor. And also, there may be a couple of things. I forgot one person, Professor Rossi. He must be very small on my list. I have it timed out, but we have put in a direct examination for him, and we anticipate that he'll be cross-examined, and so we've got him in as well. I'm sorry, Your Honor, he's a survey expert.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Dorn, anything to add?
Not the witness order, Your Honor.
And then if you're starting if you're open then on the following Monday, let's say, or at the end of the week, what are you thinking now in terms of days?
Days?
When are you all going to use all the time I gave you?
We, at this point in time, do expect that we're likely to use all the time, though we're trying to be judicious, and so some things may go faster. But right now we are...
As long as you don't talk faster.
And, Your Honor, I would say we're in the same position. We'll do our best to be shorter, but right now we're kind of budgeting minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, this is helpful, and it's 3:15, so we will go ahead and adjourn for the day.
Your Honor, I apologize. I just wanted to raise one issue before tomorrow, the expedite things in the morning. In today's exhibit exchange, there are 2 exhibits on the plaintiff's witness list, exhibit list that are subject to pending motions to seal.
Okay, can you identify those?
Yes, the first is PX 0067, and it's pending motion to seal from KBAM.
So I don't remember, I didn't admit 0067 today.
No, Your Honor, this is in advance of tomorrow to know whether they'll be sealed or not.
I'm sorry, okay. No. So you need rulings, hold on just a minute. We did just issue an order over the lunch hour. At 2 p.m. it hit the docket. So KBAM, I thought, was in that one.
It may well be.
All right, so I'll just double check too. So you have 0067?
Yes, Your Honor, and also PX 0201, which is subject to motions to seal both by Apple and Lyft.
0201, I believe, which was addressed on the 2 p.m. order as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So double check that order. It's docket 594.
Thank you.
Okay. One other thing I might as well ask you now. Mr. Rodriguez, during the asked whether he could stay for the sealed portion, I said no, because I didn't want to waste time addressing that topic. And when we go into the sealed portion, all of the lawyers who are listening on the line with media are taken out of the courtroom, and it's sealed from them as well. If there's an agreement between the parties that the lawyer from the designated counsel group, if you're agreeable to having them stay in the courtroom, doesn't really matter to me, but I wasn't going to allow you to do that or take argument, Mr. Rodriguez, because you're in the middle of trial. So if there's a different protocol, just let me know, and I will deal with that in the future. But if you can meet and confer on it so that we can have some clarity for the attorney who's in the courtroom, that would be probably a useful thing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll do that, Your Honor.
Okay. Everybody have a good evening. We'll start again tomorrow at 8 a.m. We're adjourned.